Hello everyone! Happy Sunday. How are we all? Straight in. Lee, 41 months. That's longer than most celebrity marriages. You're not wrong. And 29 months, still longer than some. Yeah. Yeah, they seem to be over pretty quick, especially some of the more recent ones. Who would have thought? Anyway, I hope I find everyone in good health on this beautiful, somewhat warm, roasting, melting Sunday in the UK. Hence, I'm not dressed up. It's too hot. I'm already on the old the Pirate's grog with ice and water just to try and hydrate. Anyway, not gonna worry too much about waffling on. I'm just gonna bring the people straight in. Hi, peeps.
Hola.
Is that how you refer to us now? The people.
Hi.
I am afraid of the people. I am very much afraid of you, considering the shit that you put me through in D&D. How are we?
Okay. Good. It's Sunday.
It is. It is. It can only mean one thing.
It's hot as balls.
Yeah, that is. You're not wrong. You are not wrong at all. Me in my little room with my little green screen, 2 PCs, I'm melting away, but fuck it, we'll deal with it. That aircon's starting to be a pretty good idea if it wasn't so damn expensive to run.
And noisy.
And noisy, yeah. I'm just gonna, just cut straight to the chase. Lucius, what happened last week?
Well, if you refer to today's announcement, which is literally a fucking novel, I had to fucking post it in 2 parts. It's like, son of a bitch. Lots of things. We had quite the info dump and lots of learning on just about everybody's with Garrett's part. Garrett had a nice day off. He's enjoying his life, going for a walk in the town, Nobody to bother him. Must have been lovely.
It was grand.
Yeah. Until fucking,
Fair.
Cypher and Vanya came back and fucking ruined the silence. But yeah, so Vanya and Cypher went for, Vanya's first lesson at the hands of Societas and Cypher's continued tutelage under the coroner. Although when we got there, turns out plans had changed. The coroner and the nurse had a conversation and decided that Vanya's best interest lay in, a different school of magic.
Yeah. That's fair.
Well, let's just say they're fighting over Vanya.
Coroner doesn't care. He's like, hey,
No,
No, please.
there's no fight.
go talk to the nurse. Non-fap. Not my fucking problem.
More like somebody's pawning them off on the other one.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the coroner got rid of your curse. So you don't have to have sweaty hands anymore. That's good. Disgusting.
Nice.
But yeah, she was then quickly whisked away to the nurse's room.
Yeah.
And yeah, isn't she a handsome chap when she lets down a hood
Yeah.
in a whole night hag glory?
She's beautiful.
She is.
Yeah, Vanya doesn't judge people by how they look. It's about what's inside.
She's got a killer smile from ear to ear, right the way across her face. But yeah, So, what are you doing? Coaster.
Fucking, my coaster is stuck to my glass.
So yeah, Vanya found out she was a night hag, that she fucked around and found out with Cribs a car, and her sisters paid the price.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking bitten Bob in the jaws. And we found out that she had to make a pact to save a hide. So the coroner and the botanist helped her out. Thus why she's in the situation she is, being fucking somebody else's pleb.
Yeah, she is the society's bitch.
So she's the way. Vanya thought she was going to be... She wanted to be turned into a hag like herself. That's not what... Surprisingly, not at all what the nurse had it in store at all, and had a different school of magic called contractual magic.
Sure, let's go with that.
Yes, we'll go with that. Yes, that sounds better than what it actually is.
Yeah.
Yes.
And it's right up Vanya's alley.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody gets what they want.
Exactly.
Exactly. But she wasn't too sure, so she kind of waited to say yes before she wanted to talk to Garrett and Cypher to get the okay. And they were like, yeah, sure, whatever, cool. What else? Cypher continued his tutelage, learning he resurrecting a rat briefly. He ran around and then keeled over.
Yeah.
Oh no, it got chased by a shadow, caught, and then died again.
That's yeah.
Pretty much. And he was learning about different realms. He learned that the shadow realm is in the ethereal plane.
Yeah.
Remember that. And a bunch of other stuff, different realms. He learned about the Fey realm. He talked to a botanist about that. He learned that the botanist is from the Fey realm, and she told him about the door in a big tree. South. Is it south? Yeah, south. South in the stillborn forest, which is a wonderful name for a forest.
It's an awful name for a forest, but
I love it.
alas,
Touristy place.
it's yeah. It's an awful name, but it's setting appropriate. It's in the camp. I take no responsibility. It's in the it's in the campaign guide.
So yeah, we learned a few other things, bits and bobs, and then we learned what Teresa had been up to. And in typical Teresa fashion, she was brooding
Wow.
in a tavern on the outskirts of town, in a little place called Kartov. Was it Kartov? It was Kartov, wasn't it?
It was Kartov.
Check me out. And across the street was our brother, alive and well, with a family, a wife and 3 kids.
Yeah.
I can't remember how many boys and how many girls.
2 girls, 1 boy, I believe. If I remember rightly.
2 girls and boys.
2.
Oh, fucking.
Oh God.
Yep.
Yep. So yeah, she brooded there till late. Watched her boyfriend, not a boyfriend, a
Oh
brother,
my
like a
God.
stalker. Hey, you never know.
That's a whole different campaign setting, Lucius.
Those
A
people
close
from,
family.
yeah, those people from Kartov, like extra fingers and toes. Not actually an elf. They got pointy ears. Never mind.
Oh my God.
And then
no.
off to a graveyard she went to visit. Was it both parents' graves?
No.
No, her mom's still kicking.
Yeah.
Or is she still alive? Is she?
Yeah. Father's grave and extended family, but she was too focused on her old man's grave to really care about much else.
So that's where we left her. And then we flitted back, and Vanya and Cypher returned. Much to Garrett's displeasure, as he got an earful from Cypher like a toddler who just learned everything at school. And Vanya asked about going to the coin floor, to which Garrett was like, I need some stuffs. Get me some stuffs.
Yeah.
That's pretty much where we left it. It was the middle of the day. We were yet to talk to Falco, which I drink some. Totally fucking missed that part out. Vanya talked to the botanist to get some mushrooms so she could make. Go ahead. What is it?
Some positivity.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's all I can say about that. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, so very quickly before we carry on, I'm just going to quickly dive in and say, Chris, Evelyn, thank you very much for that 20-month resub. I appreciate it. Your toys have gone down a storm. Let's put it that way.
You should probably specify what those toys are. Not
no.
scared like that.
No, I'm going to leave it. I'm going to leave it at that.
Right. It's a lovely collection.
Yes.
Of
Also, Lucius, cheers for gifted sub to Rayvon. How you doing, Rayvon? How are you today? All right, we should have now, thanks to Lee making me aware, everyone's HP was not appearing on stream. It should be sorted now. We shall see. All right. Anything else you wish to add?
Fucking episode 19.
Yeah.
You've got something big in the announcement as well.
Was that?
Level 5, motherfuckers.
I don't think chat knew about that, did they?
I know.
Chat, we're level 5 now. Woo!
So, after a brief discussion at the end of last session, it seemed fair, considering the perils that they've all been going through recently, to boost them to level 5. And again, these powers will start to manifest as they continue their affairs, I would imagine. Also, Deez, thank you for that gifted sub to Moody. Fucking Deez has gifted 194 subs to the channel. Mad bastard. Alright. So, apart from that, and you guys gaining even more power. Is that us done?
I think so.
Yep,
Yeah.
wrap up the stream. We're done.
Alright, wrap up the stream. We're done. Fair. It's been a good one, chat. I appreciate it. We will see you all. Next Sunday for more.
That makes my job next week fucking real easy.
I'm thinking of you, Lucius.
What did we do last episode? Leveled up.
Recap.
All right. So, Reza is currently MIA still, and I believe we finished the session out at the closing of the first day.
No. We still had to go down and drink our tea and go talk to Falco.
Oh shit! That's why I called a break there. Yes, because it was about to
Fuckery was afoot.
Yeah, fuckery was certainly afoot. So in that case, we will do that first. Let's bite the bullet. And cast your mind back to last week where Cypher, Vanya, you had made your way, or at least were making your way back to the Baron's Folly.
No, we were already back. We'd talk to Garrett now.
In that case, then, I'm just going to leave it over to you guys. What are you doing?
Probably just getting ushered downstairs by Vanya, I reckon.
Oh yeah. So she's up there. Guys, I need you to come down. I think I've got a bestseller for us. I mean, I'm still looking for the other, like, brew options and things, but I think I have something that is going to transform our visitors, our customer base, into something just amazing and spectacular. Like, they're just gonna feel amazing. But I need your sign off to see, does it taste good? Do we need to tweak it? It's follow me downstairs.
Okay.
So with that, being led arm in arm by Vanya, you head down the small stone spiral staircase before eventually stepping into the main chamber of the Baron's Folly. By this point, the vast majority of the locals are in here, all drinking, eating away. Julian's now behind the bar with Lyella, running drinks back and forth. And you do notice the odd smell of smoke that just permeates through the entire Folly at this point.
I forgot he was smoking that giant rat, wasn't he?
Oh, yeah. You're welcome.
You just got you overhear the odd conversations. Hey, does it smell like something's burning to you in here? And you say, no, it always smells a bit fusty in here, to be honest with you. Oh, well, best place to get a decent meat, though, isn't it? Hey, cheap. Let's not ask what's in it, though, probably for the best. Huh? It's at that moment where Julian, behind the bar, raises a hand in your direction and offers a brief waving greeting.
How does he know?
Vanya's gonna hold up 5 fingers just from across the bar, hoping that he knows that she wants 5 of her special drinks, just for him to go ahead and prepare it, that she's gonna come and get it, because she's expecting Falco.
Roll me a performance check.
Oh wait, hold on. I was trying to roll initiative for some reason. That's gonna whoop
I'll leap
his
over
ass.
the bar and start beating Julian up.
That might be happening here soon, don't worry.
It's not. Hold on, 1 second. We got some delayed.
Have we?
Okay, I've clicked it.
There we go.
There we
I
go.
was running really slow.
Shit.
Holy shit, 26. Yeah, he doesn't notice. He just
He's
continues. He just continues grabbing a few glasses and tankards from under the counter. Some of the old dirty ones, putting them aside and then bringing some fresh ones. Yeah, he doesn't see you raise your fingers in the air. He's good, and you're amazing, but it's not that good.
I like how you made a roll before God. It amazes me.
I'm going to get my trolling in where I can, because I'm just trying to burn through your good rolls for the session.
It's fair. Well, come on, you gotta tell him what he wants. He can't breathe fingers.
Well, I'll go up there. Once you guys kind of get settled down, once we figure out, where are we sitting? I'll go get him right now.
I don't know. At the bar.
At the oh, well then we'll just when we all get over there then.
Well,
As you make your way over to the bar and pull out several of the stools, sit down, Julian looks up. Ah, all good?
Yeah, can we? Okay, guys. So
yes.
we're gonna need 5 of the positivities.
Oh my! Really, we're going ahead with that?
Well,
Sure.
so I asked you to brew it. I wanted everybody to kind of sample because we're a group here, and
course we are,
everybody's
yes.
got to give the sign off on it
Sure.
before we distribute.
So, one little problem, if possible, and he motioned a hand towards Layla, and as you glance over your shoulder, you notice Layla is red-faced, beads of sweat dripping down her head. She looks rushed off of her feet. And Julian goes, if you'd do me the honours and just follow me into the kitchen, please. You may have to pour your own.
Okay. Like everybody needs to pour their own? Do we all need to?
You can pour them. Cypher can pour them. You can pour your own. You'll understand why in a moment.
So she motions for everybody to come back there with her.
Is Garrett there with you as well?
A very exasperated Garrett is there.
Julian hops around the counter and opens the door to the kitchen. He doesn't step into the kitchen. He just opens the door and, like a butler, greeting a lord, he offers a brief bow and waves a hand for you all to enter.
Oh, I'm liking this. Have we done some kind of training on
No.
on how to service?
The Lord will see you now.
what?
Yes, the Lord will see you. We'll see you now.
Shit, he's gonna be high as fuck.
Vanya looks at Garrett. The Lord.
My patience is wearing thin already.
You just hear from the kitchen this. Yeah.
Did he just say welcome to his palace?
He said step into my palace, but close enough. And Cypher walks in.
As you step into the kitchen, you see Francis huddled over the currently boiling buckets of water with various mushrooms floating in that have been steeped out. And on his head, he seems to have several leeks that have been tied with twine into a makeshift farmer's crown. And as you step in and look towards him, he goes, welcome. You come for some of the special brew. Yeah. And shakily, he reaches over towards a bottle just off to the side of the fireplace and carefully, gingerly motions it towards you. And it's a clear, somewhat dirty glass bottle, but the contents appear to have this luminous green liquid.
Well, it's shiny.
See, guys, I told you that it was gonna change everybody's perspective. This stuff, it's top shelf stuff. Is what we gotta price it at.
Yeah, Yeah, Cypher sniffs it.
I can smell colours. I can taste smells. I can see flavours. With that, he urges the bottle towards Cypher to take a swig.
Cypher gingerly takes the bottle, gives it a sniff, tongues the neck of the bottle, and then takes a sip.
Very strong. The anise and the wormwood, this sort of earthy, pungent taste kicks through, followed by just this top head of what can only be described as a thick, mushroomy experience.
Hold on. Cypher's alright. He gets it done.
Just a little Cypher, just a little.
And he passes the bottle up.
Well, so hold on. I need some perspective. Like, do we need to tweak, like, flavor the recipe a little bit, Cypher? What's your take on it? How are you feeling?
It's bad. I don't like it.
Oh, so we need to add some kind of maybe some honey, or you think like sweeten it?
Mushrooms.
I don't think that will sweeten it. Cypher, are you okay? Like, honey?
I've never had honey. I don't like it. Cypher's got his face screwed up and he won't open his eyes.
At this point, Francis has took the bottle off of Cypher and somehow worked his way beside Garrett, and shoulder to shoulder, Francis is leaning on Garrett, going, waving the bottle in front of his nose. Have a drink of the king's juice. You want him.
I think maybe someone with a bit of medical training ought to stay sober.
Francis pauses, nods. He thrusts the bottle into Vanya's chest.
She's gonna pinch your nose. It's just gonna take a tiny swig.
Roll me a Constitution saving throw. You're gonna need to take a seat. You're not hit with the full effects, but what happens, Vanya?
She's gonna woo, and go back to the counter and brace herself a little bit. And she's just say, oh, okay, so not only is it top shelf, top dollar, but we're gonna have to limit the amount that anyone is able to buy. Because this is potent, and we probably don't want anybody dying in our tavern, right?
Vanya, how many fingers am I holding up?
16.
Cypher looks and he realizes there's like 16 fingers on one hand. Yeah.
Zephyr, I don't think that's normal.
He puts his hands under his armpits.
Fuck,
It's fine.
Vanya, she's got the bottle in one hand, but is swatting butterflies with the other that she's thinking that she's seeing. And we got it. Just one shot. One shot is all that they can have all night. Is anybody else got these things in front of them?
I mean, I've got some idiots in front of me.
Francis, You know what, how much what sort of prices we thinking? You know, I mean, hot, swimming in cold, yeah? Yeah?
Are you literally swimming?
No. I mean, maybe if I'm having a drink. Give me the ball there, man.
Oh, Garrett,
I
Garrett,
think
I just,
you've had enough.
Garrett, I don't know if I can reasonably calculate. Ten silver?
At its current strength, I wouldn't be happy giving anyone a shot of this. I think we need to water it down somewhat. And by somewhat, I mean a lot.
Oh, we can make a lot more money off of that then. You're right.
Because the idea is to make people feel good, not to reduce them to this.
You motion to Francis and he's now got to the point where he's sat, slumped against the wall, dribble coming down his chin into his beard. That tastes like green.
You aren't eating those butterflies, are you?
I don't like green. You just see him start to gag in the corner as the other effects of the potion begin to kick in.
God.
Now, do you see, ladies and gentlemen of the Lord's Court, or the King's Court, should I say, why you got to pour your own bloody drinks?
Yes, I think for the time being, we'll shelve this little endeavour.
Oh, Garrett, I was thinking we could water it down and maybe like they could choose like 5 test subjects to see if it's watered down enough or not, and then if they
We can do some tests, but those tests will not involve the staff.
No, I meant customers, 5 customers.
Yes, and we'll shelve this for another day because no one's in any fit state to be mixing that drink.
Well, Garrett, it's rather funny you should say that. As a matter of fact, Julian looks around at the group. Are any of you, good at cooking, by chance?
No, I'm all fingers and thumbs, and he holds up his hand, and it's just literally just fingers and thumbs.
Like a normal
Only-
hand.
No, a finger, then a thumb, then a finger, then a thumb. Then a
Sorry, Garrett?
Only camp cooking in the forests, but
So
Meat,
more
meat.
experienced. Yes, more experienced than Francis then. Perfect. Well, I hate to be a bother, but, well, Laella's been working both the kitchen and the floor, and I think she's about to pass out. So, Julian wraps an arm around Garrett's shoulder, this big beaming smile on his face. If you do the honours of, I don't know, just rustling up a bit of grub for the patrons for the next hour or so until his lordship is back in the land of the living. I'm not living. I'm not living. I am immortal.
yes, and I think Vanya and Cypher probably could do with sleeping this off as well.
You hear? I got one.
Yes. Yeah, I don't trust any of the others to, really step in. Falco usually raids the larder when he's got a moment. Don't get me started on Kruger. I don't even think the man knows how to cook. He just eats, and the rest, well, it's a little early. I don't really want to wake them just yet.
Yeah, it won't be anything special, but there will be food, even if it's just meat and bread.
You're a lifesaver. You are a lifesaver. Well, I'll inform the tavern that it's just a selection of. In fact, we've got a spread on today. It's a bit posh, isn't it? Perfect. You go into the kitchen, sort what you can, and I'll deal with the mantas out front. Yes.
Yes, no problem. And as Garrett walks to the kitchen, his side blades take the shape of a chef's knife.
All right, I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna bleed this out of you immediately. I'll come back to you in a moment. Cypher, Vanya, what's the plan for you two?
Cypher started cleaning.
Okay.
Yeah, he's cleaning everything.
How? With what?
Well, he's got all his fingers, so he's got like 3 cloths in one hand, and he's cleaning.
You come to a table where there's 4 or 5 rough-looking patrons who are enjoying their beer, and you come across, start wiping the table. It's like, "Oh, what are you doing? I'm not feeling you doing it."
It's clean. It's clean, all right. It's clean.
Yeah, fuck you. All right, okay. This place gets weird, I swear. Too drunk to care. Vanya, what about you?
Vanya is following behind him and watching, kind of mesmerized, because when he cleans, like his hands, like to her, it's going so fast, they're like blurring and like all going together. And she's just like mesmerized by it. And just kind of casually just bringing up random things like as he's doing it, and it's like, oh, like we should go see the society in the morning, or do you see that performance last night by I don't know. Oh, did you eat today? It's just random conversations,
shit.
nothing cool. Just asking him questions.
This goes on for the next hour or so. Garrett.
Yes.
I'm going to ask for both a performance and a survival check from you, and then using those 2 results, give me something of the what you've prepared for the tavern goers. Oh my! All right, so it's going to look amazing. It's going to taste amazing. Of course it is. Fuck's sake. Oh. All right. You've got free reign of of the kitchen.
Okay, so Garrett's been slicing some real nice thin slices of meat, laying them on some bread, getting some little pickles, carving roses into the
Oh my fucking god.
garnish, and he's just completely outdone himself to a normal fairy would cook himself, which is just the most bare bones stuff. He's not used to actually having a kitchen. Normally cooks over a campfire. And of course, using his side blades, he's got complete control of the knives, better than most chefs have. They're an extension of his own body.
Yeah. As the first set of sandwiches with side garnish go out, you suddenly hear a bit of an uproar in the tavern, and through the stone walls, the muffled, "Huh? Oh, what's that? Oh, I want one of them, Juliet! Give me one!" And this echo begins to royal around the Baron's Folly as the patrons begin hand over fist throwing coins at Julian for this noble's cuisine, as far as they're concerned.
Rat sandwich.
It is basically a rat sandwich, but it doesn't look like a rat sandwich. It looks like something that the Crimson Court themselves would offer to the lords and ladies of Novostoya. Oh, for fuck's sake. Alright. Several hours pass and I would say that the night is a roaring success. Another roaring success for the Baron's Folly. Managing to bleed the patrons of all... excuse me. Managing to bleed the patrons of all of their coin in quick order. At this point, later in the evening, I would say, Cypher, Vanya, the effects of this mushroom, wormwood, anise concoction, this psychedelic absinthe, has worn off. But we will come back to you in a moment. For at this moment in time, we will head ourselves back over to the outskirts of Khartov, a small village to the southwest of Novostoya, with a single lone figure still stood in the graveyard next to a large memorial. Reza, give us a bit of insight into your thoughts at the moment.
Oh, there's a lot of them. So she's currently standing in front of her family plot. And there's a number of stones and placards there, and she's just sort of staring at them, but not seeing them at the same time, and focusing on the pain from standing on hallowed ground. And she catches herself thinking, like she has so many times before, the pain, this is a good distraction from that hunger. It's always in the back of my mind.
Mm-hmm.
And then she thinks on that for a minute. She kneels down and places her hands on the ground too. And then she catches herself thinking, and that's the whole problem. The hunger makes me weak. Because, and this is some insight for everyone, ever since she was turned, Reza has never let herself have a full meal. She's only ever
Fed to survive.
had enough blood to survive, so the hunger has always been there. Because she's been trying to hold on so hard. And it's the hunger that causes her to do things like lose control and kill someone that shouldn't be killed. So these are all the thoughts that are happening in her head right now. And she thinks back to that final conversation in the room with everybody, and the pain isn't a distraction from the hunger anymore. It's a reminder that why is she clinging so hard to her humanity? She is not human anymore. A human would not feel pain in this place. Maybe it's time to let go.
It's also, at this moment, considering you've been standing in front of your father's grave for some time, perhaps several hours now, your eyes begin to wander at a few of the other plots nearby in this almost familial area where your grandfather, great-grandfather, and many others are buried here. And just off to the right-hand side of this plot, you see a small, singular stone, gravestone, made of iron, which is rare, along with, it seems to be freshly smelted iron. You didn't notice this plot, or this grave, the last time you were here.
She moves over to get a better look at it.
As this freshly laid stone, or should I say iron block, comes into view, engraved with the blacksmith's hammer and chisel, the words Maria Hellman. And that is all.
She stares at it, taking a few minutes to register what she's seeing. And then she's kind of nods to herself and slowly takes out one of her sharper leatherworking tools and just starts to sort of etch into the iron under the name, not very deeply, just scratching the surface so that
Sure.
it'll be visible for a while. She scratches out the date she was born. And then underneath that, she scratches in the word died. And she pauses. And then she scratches in today's date.
Okay.
And then she stands, still in pain, still hungry. She tucks her tools away. She takes a deep breath. She just kind of whispers under her breath, "Rest in peace, Maria." And then that is when she turns to walk out of the cemetery.
As you turn, begin to depart, eventually reaching the end of the path down from the hill of the memorial to the large bronzed gates of the graveyard, you slide one open, step out. The burning sense of hallowed ground no longer running, coursing through your body, and gives you a moment of almost peace, reprieve, release. And with heavy steps, you begin to make your way back down the streets of Khartov, and at the last moment, just out of the corner of your eye, you notice a familiar figure also making their way now towards the graveyard. A elderly woman.
She kind of steps to the side, out of the way, off the side of the path. Hood up, attempting to be inconspicuous.
As the old woman passes you by, she just... Hi. Sorry, pleasant evening to you, my dear. Roll me a stealth check. Sorry, go for deception. Roll me a quick deception check. As you hastily throw the hood up over your head, you manage to, at the last moment, just avert your eyes from the glance of this elderly woman, and it's at that moment it appears to be a face that you're all too familiar with. Oh, my notes. It is the elderly visage of your mother, and with a slow bow of the head and several small petunias. Granted, withered and dying as most plant life in Novostoya is, she still seems to visit the graves as often as she can. And with that, she continues on heavily, or heartily trying to push the bronze gates open as you step in the opposite direction. I hate when Foundry's slow at loading. Game of show. Oh, Night wants to load. There we go. So yes, with Rosalind Hellman behind you, you now turn to look in a easterly, northeasterly direction to the spires of Novostoya in the distance. Reza, what's the plan for the rest of the evening?
Well, she's kind of stood on the path for a minute. Thinking to herself, a sick old woman would be easy prey. But then she turns and leaves the path and heads in a southeasterly direction to the forested / farmed lands between Khartov and which town is it? Svinstead.
Okay. I'll bring the map. So you're heading
Basically south. She's
So-
turned south instead. And her only objective now is to hunt, to satiate the hunger,
Okay.
to finally have a meal. Like, imagine you've been dieting for 20 years. Like, that ends tonight.
All right.
Jump, you say nice save, but like I thought of this exact scenario last night. Like I knew the mother was gonna show up and like There were scenarios in my head where that would have happened.
I'm glad you knew, because I just rolled to
Oh,
see
I
which
knew.
of the family it would have been. It could have been a hell of a lot darker. So basically you're making your way from Kartov, heading south towards the Svinstead Fields area, the farmlands there, to commit your first hunger murder, I guess.
It's not going to be a snacksident. It's going to be a meal.
Yeah. All right. So, with that, and the closing of the first, or of the, the first day of Reza's exile. Anything further from the rest of you back in the folly? Before you, the night sets in. I say night, figuratively.
Once Cypher and Vanya are tucked up in bed, sleeping it off, and I've rolled Francis onto his side so he doesn't choke in his sleep. Because Garrett doesn't want to have to cook breakfast in the morning.
Fair.
He's just going to wander off into the night, as he generally does, and not be there in the morning when people wake up, as is tradition.
All right. No rest for the wicked, it would seem, on two fronts. So with that, minutes to hours, night to the eventual time of dawn. Cypher, Vanya, I would imagine you all awake relatively early, having been in a almost comatose state from when your head hit the pillow.
Yeah, Cypher wakes up feeling $1,000,000.
Vanya as well. No hangover. Just
No.
just a little tired, but just like, wow. Oh, I feel great.
Oh,
Yes. Go on, Garrett.
I've just thought of something I did before I left.
Okay.
The glowing green bottle is now locked in my bedroom,
Good move.
in my desk drawer.
Okay.
Because we're not experimenting with that until we're ready.
Fair. All right. So, with Cypher and Vanya springing out of bed in a somewhat more positive than usual mood, what's your day and morning consist of?
Early morning, off to the early morning lessons at the society.
Yep. Hand in hand.
Hand in
Off
hand.
we
Even
go.
in a pelican.
Yeah.
As they continue on to the society, Vanya is going to try to plan something with Cypher on trying to get some of the things that they need to be able to get into the coin flow district.
All right. How does this look? Tell me more.
So as they're walking, Vanya's gonna say, Cypher, I have an idea.
Is it better than the tea?
That's hard to say because, both will make us money. I don't know. Can I just tell you and then you decide? I feel like I'm going to let you down if I say yes or no.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. So, you know how Garrett said that we needed like the official stamp, right? We got the paper, we got everything for the license to get into the coin flow district, right?
Right.
So, okay, first off, I'm thinking timing. Let's talk about timing, okay? Maybe after we get our lessons done today, because, I've got some questions to ask the botanist. Maybe there's some extra things that we need to pick up in the coin flow district, but I know that that'll happen later. But anyways, I digress. So I'm thinking, okay, I remember where the desk is whenever I got brought in to the guards when they threatened to hang me, right?
Okay.
Yeah. So I remember which wall it's on, and I could create a distraction, but then again, they said the next time that they see me that they would hang me. So maybe I can't go as myself. I don't know. But here's what I'm thinking. I've got this patch. I could, throw this window up in front of this desk, and then you could either sneak in or mage hand in, rummage through the drawers, grab the stamp, and we'll be out lickety split.
But won't he be in his office?
That's why I think we need to make a distraction to bring them out. Like I could somehow yell something or make them think that somebody is scaling the wall.
Preferably not in your voice because they know you, right?
Yes. I could do somebody scaling the wall.
I didn't know walruses spoke.
Maybe I can. How would you say it?
I don't know. Why don't you get somebody else to say it?
Oh,
We have guys that work for us, right?
I could.
Hmm.
Yeah, why's it gotta be me?
Right?
Right.
Right.
I can tell. Man, I need to take a page from Garrett, right?
What page?
Like the page of delegation.
Got a book that I don't know of?
Like some kind of management book or something, probably. I don't know where he gets these ideas from. You think it's under his bed?
No, it's definitely not under his bed.
Under his pillow?
I don't know. He never stays in his bed.
So it's not in his bed. On his person?
I don't know.
No. So what are we thinking? Gorgeous George?
Gorgeous George is loud.
He is very loud.
He is very loud.
Okay. We'll talk to him. So are you okay with this plan or
Yes, but we kind of need to know what we're looking for.
a stamp? Like a seal?
Okay.
Like, do you need to see it? Like, I don't know how else.
Well, I mean, it's just so we know what we're looking for, right?
I thought Garrett described it. Like, if he had one and he showed it to us, then
We know what the stamp
need to
looks
go
like,
get-
like the seal looks like, but we need the bit that makes it, right?
The
Is it
what?
big?
I would think like you could hold it in your hand and it's that big to stamp it down. I don't think it would be massive that it took like 2 or 3 people, right?
No, that'd be stupid.
Yeah. Like it has that one person, one authority should be able to pick it up. Should be less than 10 pounds. Right?
I mean, yeah.
Does he need the ink with it that's like in the drawer? you
No, it's a
think?
wax seal, isn't it?
Oh, is it wax? I thought maybe you inked it.
No, I think it was a big red wax seal, right?
Yeah, basically it's a it would be a wax seal that was on each of the merchant cards.
Oh, we should probably get the wax that's in there too, so it's the right color, right?
Okay, but when they notice it's gone.
Maybe we have Gorgeous George blame it on someone? No, that
No.
won't work. No. Can we like craft something that looks like a duplicate or like an illusion or
No.
but that's gonna fizzle out. They're gonna know.
I got it.
What do you got?
So all we need is a perfect stampy seal, right?
Yeah.
Right. So we don't need the thing that makes it. We just need to make a stampy seal, so then we can copy it. Right?
What are you gonna copy it with?
Well, we would take a mold of the thing that we make, as long as it's good. Because he said the one he's got's no good, right?
That's right.
So we just get a perfect one of that, and then we make a mold of that, and then we reverse mold it, and then we got a new stamp, and we made our own. I feel like I've
Solved
lost
all
you.
of our problems. No, you just solved all of our problems.
Okay, but it has to be a perfect seal, and we need to get in. Well, we can get in the office with the window, but
Yeah.
what if it's in a desk? I can't lockpick for Toffee.
But I don't think that I can either. Like, but is Garrett gonna come with us?
I mean,
Can you
ask.
talk him into coming with us?
Why me?
Because he likes you. I feel like after that tea.
Yeah, he does like me more than he likes
He
you.
does like you. And if you ask him, I feel like that's just, he's not even going to argue. He's just going to say yes. And if it was me, he's going to be like, what ridiculous concoction have you come up with now?
Cypher's just like nodding away. Yeah. Yeah.
It's this is painful but true at the same time.
Suffered.
Okay.
Yeah.
So-
I'll ask her.
So we got a good plan. We got to bring Gorgeous George. He's going to create a distraction. I'm going to throw the window up on the wall. And okay, not in this particular order, okay, because I feel like it's out of order. But you're gonna ask Garrett if he will come and sneak in and pick a lock, and either he can bring it out and we can make the impression, or he's gonna do that in there. I don't know. We'll work out details whenever he says yes, because you're amazing. And then, boom, we're back at the Folly. We're making credentials.
Good job.
Okay. Best
look-
plan yet.
Yeah, we're good at this. High five.
She goes to high five him, but misses. And says, wait. So she's going to take her right hand over his hand and just slowly puts her hand on it.
Even for Cypher, that was weird. You just walk away.
So, with the plan of acquiring a trade seal for the Coinflow districts now on the table, you both begin to continue walking through lower streets into Market Row and eventually into the back alleys before reaching the society. Obviously making bits of small talk and finalising a few ideas on the plan as you do so. Cypher, you already have a bit of an idea on what's happening with Cypher and the coroner in the society. So,
Yeah.
why don't you give us a little bit of a tale of what your morning tuition is like?
So this morning, we're talking about ways of storing souls. So we've learned how to collect them, and now he's teaching me. This morning is it's all about his lantern and other ways to store stuff.
So, this, yes, a spirit lantern. And the coroner points to a lantern that's on his desk. At the moment, no, you do not have the... And the coroner just begins to trace a finger over Cypher's forehead and then just begins to poke him once, twice, 3 times, then just the poke begins to turn to a tap. No. No, not ready. No. Little more. But
What am I, a melon?
other ways, yes. Gemstones. Come. Do you have a stone?
I got a few. I got this one. He pulls out his crystal.
Ah, yes, this was one of my old ones.
And I got this. And he holds up the engraved rune.
Rune? No, too primitive. But no, this will suffice.
Okay.
The coroner takes the orb. Again, originally a gift to you from the coroner. Funny how these things return to their purpose. Yes. 200 years ago, I used this for this same purpose. As a store of souls. Hence the energies from this will empower you.
Oh, residual souls.
You learn quickly.
Survivors
yes.
always do.
This will do. Come.
Okay.
The coroner motions you towards the central obelisk. With the orb in hand, he holds it towards this small ripple of spiritual energy. Muttering a brief incantation, Cypher, you notice as a single spirit is drawn out of the obelisk, screaming, screeching, in silence, and grasping out, trying to hold on to the obelisk, the wall, anything it can get its hold of, before eventually being absorbed into this orb. I will give you a single-use spell slot back.
Ooh.
If you need them.
I think when we did the level up and stuff got reset, so I shouldn't have any second level spell slots.
All right. So I will give you a single second-level spell slot back.
Yeah.
All right. Continue. Having seen this.
Oh. Okay. So how much power could this thing store?
This bad boy can hold X many souls.
The coroner, with the orb in his hand, slaps it. This, well, this can grow infinitely. Well, no, infinite is the wrong word. More than 100 will shatter it, but this may be a good start for your lantern.
So I use this as the core. I read about cores in that big book of tomes.
Not so much as a core. The orb itself as a core would shatter with too many souls. But
Okay.
you could use it to empower a core. Drain the souls, as I once did from this orb, into, yes, something else.
So use it as a siphon to fill up, something like that.
The core of my lantern. Interested, I would imagine you are.
Yeah.
The brain of a screecher. A creature, well, not native to Novastoya. Preserved.
Sorry, I didn't catch any of that, mate.
Sorry, mate. Yeah, Discord's, I've noticed the audio's dropping out a little bit. Let me change our Discord channel briefly.
Okay.
I've just noticed Cookoff, and it was also dropping a few times.
A derp, a derp.
A derp, a derp. There we go.
That sounds better.
So, the original core is the brain of a screecher. A creature not of Novastoya. Anything else would suffice, as long as it is ancient, old, or powerful.
Is it just me, or does Solution sound like he's in the water?
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, it's pretty
Really?
terrible.
Is it,
I mean, you sound fine now, but just before
Just
when
then?
you were talking, yeah,
with me.
it sounded like you're underwater, mate.
Yeah, when you're doing the coroner's voice.
sound fine on stream?
It must just be Discord.
Discord taking a shit.
Shit. Okay. I got the gist of it though. It was the brain
Yeah.
of a creature from a different realm, yeah,
Yes. Yeah.
not
yeah.
of Novastoya. Okay.
Yes, basically, it's yeah. In a nutshell, he explains it's the brain of a creature, something called a screecher that's not native to the area. He continues to explain, again, creatures not of the material plane make perfect cores as long as they're relatively powerful beings. Things like dragons or krakens, things like that. They more of the magical beings. An organ or a skull or a bone or something of its ilk from a powerful creature would make an ideal core for a spirit lantern. It needs to be something that can absorb a lot of energies.
Okay.
Thank you, Smith. Thank you, Ravon. I appreciate that. Make sense?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. In other words, level up, scrub.
Yeah.
Any further questions or things you want to bring forth to the coroner while you're here?
No, not at the moment. I'll just go to like researching books, after the practical lesson with the lantern.
Okay.
I'll then
In that case,
sit huddled around books for however long.
if there's nothing further you wish to ask, I'm going to ask you to roll me an Arcana check, please.
Arcana. 19.
Your grasp on the speak with dead is coming on quite a lot, to the point where at the moment, if you ever wish to use it away from the coroner's soul obelisk, it will require a DC 15 Arcana check to accomplish. So you can use it outside now, but it will require a check before it works.
Okay.
All right, and with that, then we will pan over our attention to the nurse's chamber, where the nurse and Vanya are currently seated around a table. But I'm going to call a quick pee break and a refill the clock there before we pick this up. Refill and a pee. So we will be right back while we fill up our cups and prepare for this verbal onslaught between me and Jump. Be right back. I'm back.
Welcome back.
Oh. I may have to change something very quickly. Hang on. I need a big chair. It's that warm. I'm starting to stick to the leather one.
Nice.
Oh no, it's not. Oh, there we go. Oh, that's much better. Welcome back.
Sorry, I had to go make a bottle real quick. I ran up and down the stairs.
So good. No mad rush. Take all the time you need.
Oh, my heart's racing now.
Would you like a moment, Jump?
I'm out of shape. Ooh.
You're not out of shape, you're just in a different shape, you know what I'm saying?
Definitely. Thanks, Lucius. That was really nice.
That was a backhanded compliment.
It was. It was a nice way to say your ass is fat now, but you know, you're doing the best you can.
Wow.
I mean, I didn't say that, you did, but okay.
I know, but it was sweet. Like it had a very sweet tone to it. I appreciate it.
All right. So, we find ourselves in one of the chambers off of the main room of the society. Several incense burners dangle from the ceiling along with a multitude of lanterns and candles with this central stone table. On one side, Vanya. Opposite, a rather unusually happy-looking nurse. And she's sat there with her fingers folded together on the table as she's glancing over towards Vanya. Well, day 2. Welcome back. Trust that you've done your homework and brought me all of the things that I require.
So I was able to procure some parchment. You know, I have in my mind where to get skin paper if it's needed. But as of right now, I have actual paper. As for the magic ink, I'm thinking like I just need a recipe to make it.
You know magics, yes? You know the arcane arts?
Yes.
Then
I think.
why haven't you just made some yourself?
Well, I mean...
You
like,
have ink?
Everybody has a little bit of ink, but like how do you... What are the words that you use? Do you mix it with something? I mean, I don't have, like, you know, magic dust coming out of my fingers, so...
Fine. On this one occasion, I will do you a favor. Just... Actually, no. Go and speak with the coroner and see if you can... see if he will give you some... magical dust. She said that she just seems to be a flippant comment. Just magical dust. I'm sure he'll have something like that.
But, I mean, like, can he teach me how to make the magical dust? Because I don't want to keep come back and asking and purchasing.
Well, I will teach you how to make the ink, but I mean, magical dust. I mean, you need either to find some sort of other planar creature, dry it out, grind it down, and then infuse your own power with ink and the powdered remains of whatever creature you've turned to dust. It's rather rudimentary, simple magics. I'm surprised you don't know, to be honest.
A magical creature. Oh, okay. I think
Fey, celestial, fiend, anything really that's not of this plane. Hell, you could even, grab the botanist, grind her down. She'd make perfect magical dust, to be honest.
Whoa, I'm not grinding anyone down. I will go to the corner and purchase what he has. That's not... I don't take lives, I inspire lives. I mean, come on.
Sure. Just go and have a chat with the coroner and get this over with.
Vanya just kind of like shocked that someone would think that she would grind down their bones. He's gonna go find the corner.
Enter the main chamber and eventually step through into the coroner's chamber. Coroner appears to be at the far end of the room. As you step into the room, there's this multiple pillars in the center with this large glowing obelisk, and then just beyond that, there seems to be a circular indent where there is several bookshelves in a large pedestal. And basically, at the far end of the room this is where the coroner's currently stood, just reading over a tome on this pedestal.
I feel like, would it echo in this place if you
Absolutely.
yelled?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Hey! Hey! Hey!
What?
I'll come closer.
Is it still sounding
Is she
underwater for
walking
you
up?
guys?
No, you sound fine.
Okay, good. What? What do you want, Vanya? Why are you shouting into my chambers?
I thought it was kind of neat that, like, it was kind of talking back to me. That's really neat. So Cypher's in the room too.
Absolutely.
So she looks at Cypher and she looks at the corner and says, the nurse says you have some ground up magical creatures. She told me I could grind up like the botanist or like other. I just don't feel comfortable doing that. But if you have any extra from when you were grinding up people, I would like some of that magical ink.
You just see the coroner dismissively wave a hand in your direction and then point to Cypher. Do not bother me with trivial matters. I am busy. Go. He sort of shoos you away, pointing to Cypher as you go.
So I look at Cypher and I says, I don't want to grind you up. Is that what he means?
Huh? What?
Like, do I take your finger and grind it up?
Cypher pokes her in the eye.
Oh,
Wow.
Cypher!
You could grind me up?
I don't want to grind you up is what I was saying, but he
What do you
pointed
want?
at you and was like, that's where I got my ground bones or mystical. You do magic, right? Like, is he telling you to grind up a finger?
What?
I need something magical ground up to make some magic ink.
Well, why don't you just put some magic in an item and then grind it up?
But the nurse said it had to be a creature. Wait, do you know how to make magical ink?
No, boy, you gave me some ink. I got put some power in it.
So one thing I will say very quickly is, Cypher, you are aware of the multitude of various jars around.
Wait.
Yeah.
I've had
So
an idea.
I'm giving you free reign.
Cypher comes across one that's got a little pixie in it.
Oh no.
Perfect!
Vanya's still got one eye covered with her hand and rubbing it.
Granted, it is dead and it is in it's sort of preserving fluid, but it's a pixie in a jar.
I got it. Okay. Screws off the lid. Whoa.
You gonna grind that thing up?
What? Yeah, watch. And he gets like this big wooden mallet. He smashes it. Picks up the remains, puts it in a mortar and pestle, starts grinding it up. Well, you're going to need to dry that.
Like, for how long? Like, do I need to put it over some kind of... Are you going to put it over some kind of mesh or cheesecloth or something? Like, how long does it dry?
No,
Do I need to take it to
you
the
put
nurse
it next to
lab?
a fire for half an hour. Let all the gunk cook off and it'll crisp up. And then you
Gook.
just... Yeah,
Or,
then you just... Yeah.
or
Do
you
I
know,
need-
with fire would certainly dry it if you could somehow, somehow manipulate that.
Yeah.
Maybe... probably not wind, because then it would just blow everywhere, right? Would it? Can I just wind down on it?
You can control flames, right?
No, I can, but we'll...
Just put some fire on it and cook off the shit.
All I've got is this fabric mesh. You got any wire mesh to put it on? Because it's going to light on fire and burn it. Fall
Sorry?
to the ground.
It's a stone mortar and pestle. It's non-flammable.
Oh, I thought you were going to put it over the fabric. Okay.
No, you said
okay.
put it over. Nobody listens.
Okay, I can, yeah, under the mortal and pestle, yeah.
Okay, that'll be 10 silver.
Will you both
What?
quiet down? Huh?
Why is he charging me? We're friends.
At this moment in time, as you try and speak, I need you all. In fact, there is no saving throw. As you try and speak words, nothing comes out. You both immediately feel the effects as the coroner is boring these coal-like, red glowing, angry eyes in both of your direction. You are now under the silence spell.
Cypher just looks at Vanya as if to say, "See now what you done."
Vanya is
Hands
then
in the mortar
going...
and pestle and fucks off.
Vanya is going to make a signal, kind of like F you, but not say it. Like with an arm and her other arm, and then grabs it, and then is going to do what he said and put the flame under the mortal and pestle to dry it.
Okay. Are you just, sort of giving you a gentle nudge? Do you want to quicken this with any of your abilities?
Yes, so she will, so that the flame goes higher, she's going to blow a little air onto it to make it go a little bit faster.
Check your spells, cough, cough.
Well, she's got the control flames.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so
That
she
will
can...
that will allow you to basically twist and contort and manipulate fire however you want for something so small.
Ooh. I can make it go real high.
You can do what with it being for these small, for what you're wanting to do. Absolutely, you could use that ability for this exact purpose. So, what do you do? Are you doing it in the coroner's chamber under the silence spell, or are you going elsewhere?
Yeah, she's doing it. She's gonna do it in the corners chambers and make direct eye contact with Cypher the entire time because she is pissed that he is charging her. And every time that he looks her direction, she's gonna make the flames just go higher.
So, after, I would say 10 minutes, with you controlling the flames and burning off any moisture, you're eventually left with this ground down, charred ash of pixie in this mortar and pestle. There are various vials or other containers that you could put them in nearby. So you just pick up one of the glass vials, empty the ash into that, and Done. You now have a ground up pixie dust vial.
She picks the prettiest vial.
All right. You glancing over at this large cupboard. There's a multitude of vials. Some made of just basic glass, and then there are a few more that are gem encrusted. And a certain one catches your eye. The glass seems to shimmer in a multitude of pearlescent colours. As you hold it slightly to the light in the centre of the room, it glows from blue to pink to purple, greens, yellows, all the colours of the rainbow. And are you Cypher? Are you watching this, or are you not bothered?
No, he isn't half. He's...
All right.
Yeah.
In that case, congratulations, Vanya. You take one of these pearlescent vials that you dump. Coroner doesn't care because he's currently focused on his book. But yeah, you basically dump the ashes, the powdered remains of this pixie into this pearlescent vial.
She is going to then put it in her pocket and then cast telepathic link on the corner.
Oh, on the coroner. Okay.
And
Yep.
asks if he has like a multitude of colored dye.
Dumb ways to die.
She's not talking to Cypher right now.
Oh man, you're using a psychic thing on the coroner. Oh shit.
He silenced me.
He did, but I just need to check his things quick.
Maybe it's because he didn't want to hear your voice, Vanya.
She doesn't get that.
I'm gonna
She's
just
got a
make
question
me
and she wants it answered.
a wisdom saving throw very, very quickly.
Okay. Oh. Okay.
Fuck off.
Ooh.
As your mind reaches out to make this telepathic link with the coroner, for a split second you feel a slight wall of what can only be described as divine energy try and just pauses. As you make the link, you're hit again with this similar divine energy. So I'm going to say I will give you an advantage roll to use when you want, how you want, whenever you want. Just one. As this link you form with the coroner basically gives you a slight burst of divine spark. For a moment, you just hear in the coroner's head, I see. Quite quaint. Silence, so you use telepathy. What do you want?
Multicolored dye?
don't know if you are brave or foolish
In
For it-
need.
attempting to connect with me via telepathy, but die. I will send Cypher to garner some from the botanist for you. Any color preference?
Neon colors, like a green, a yellow, a pink,
Yes.
a purple.
Consider it done. Thank you.
Thank you.
And with a click, the link is cut, not by you, but by the coroner. At that, the coroner looks up from the lectern, the sort of wooden book rack in front of him. Cypher, go to the botanist and I require some brightly colored pigment. Yes.
Cypher just nods and goes about what he's been told to do.
Several moments pass, 10 minutes, and Cypher, you would return with with the pigment. You know, the botanist ends up piling about 4 different vials on you, in your outstretched arms, as she can't decide on which bright colour to give you.
I just put them in, plates them down.
Coroner just offers a nod in thanks, and then looks towards Vanya, motions with his hand towards the vials without saying a single word.
She greedily puts them in all of her pockets and then heads towards the botanist to ask a question.
Lazy bitch could have went to the botanist.
Exactly. That's why I was giggling after I said that.
I can't believe you crit success that.
Happy. Thank you for that solution. That will come in handy later.
Yeah, I've just dropped something, and yeah, and well. So,
yeah.
as you depart the coroner's chamber and turn 90 degrees left to the other set of doors, do you knock or do you enter?
Knowing from the last time, a certain knock is going to trigger something. She's afraid if she opens the door that it will trigger something. So she's just going to do a normal knock.
2 or 3 minutes pass, and eventually a single branch pokes through the crack in the door and opens it. And as you peer further down the room, you see the botanist currently tending to several plants, the outstretched, elongated branch now retracting. She quickly glances up, sees you, Vanya, and smiles. Welcome, Vanya. Are you not here for more pigment? I know Cypher just dropped by several minutes ago.
How'd you know it was for me?
The coroner has no need of pigments, so I imagine that you or the nurse sent Cypher, but again, Cypher is not obligated to the nurse, so you appear at my door, and well, it doesn't take a great mind to figure these things out.
Well, you were spot on, because I got them right here in my pocket. And she's like, they're clinking together. She's like, and they're perfect. But that's not what I'm here about.
Do go on.
This is also not what I'm here about, but I, was thinking since I'm here, I might as well say, that positivity recipe that you gave me, it was excelente because, we're gonna like dilute it down a little bit, but just let me tell you, it did everything that you said that it would do. So, just wanted to send you some gratitude for that.
At that mention, the several branches just shoot out of the back of the botanist, impale into the cobbles, and she just begins, almost like a wooden spider, just begins to crawl over to you rapidly. What were the effects of this brew? Tell me in detail.
People fantasize things or could see things with like the exact recipe. It was a bit strong. We had somebody who portrayed themselves as the lord of the tavern.
Dreams of grandeur. Yes.
Yes.
And?
Yes. And I saw butterflies and Cypher had multiple fingers and thumbs and hands and
strong hallucinogenic and visual stimuli. Good.
But
And
I like to think that they were visualizing what their future could look like, because maybe Cypher thinks that he could do more with his hands, so he saw more hands. And maybe
that
I was seeing butterflies because... Yeah.
Yes, that leads into the dreams of grandeur.
Yeah, and maybe I was seeing butterflies because I would like more things to grow, because butterflies are pollinators, like breeding things.
Yes, the body is full of nutrients necessary for plant growth. We are indeed the ideal host for new life, for growth. No, thank you. Your observations were appreciated.
But I am here today for just a couple of things. In the event that I'm not able to, I don't want a psychedelic tea, but in the event I am unable to find a distributor in the coin flow district that meets our needs for a brew, just a regular, like, what is a recipe for a brew that I might possibly be able to procure from some ingredients that maybe the coin flow district has. And
a single branch begins to move to Vanya's lips. I understand that your misgivings of something so pungent, strong, may be detrimental to others, yes.
And then, so the second thing...
Time to look.
Wait. Other than that, like, I kind of... Okay, between you and I, Yulian has been roasting something, and I don't quite smell how I would like to smell. 'Cause the whole place just smells like what he is roasting, and I don't feel clean, and I don't feel like I smell good. Is there anything that you can give me that gets rid of that pungent smell?
I do, yes. Here. Another branch reaches out to towards the back of the chamber. There's several bright pink petaled flowers, each of them roughly 2 feet in diameter. You know, they're huge. And she breaks, using one of the branches, the vines from her back, she breaks off a single petal and floats it over towards you. Use this as a offering material component. Run your magics through it and try it.
He takes it and kind of rubs it and sniffs it.
It's strong.
Oh, we're gonna have to dilute this quite a bit, but it's better than did I say Juliet before? I meant Francis has been smoking up. Whew! Smells 100 times better. Thank you. She's rubbing her nose.
With that, the botanist will also just place her hand gently on your forehead. And for a brief moment, you feel a slight connection to nature. To the point where you understand that should you use very small parts of this petal as a spell component, you will be able to cast your cloud spell that you thought of. So you will always have to carry a little bit, but basically, you know, a pinch of the of this petal will allow you to cast a certain spell if you channel your arcane energies through it.
She, you know, pockets as much as she has given her. You know, she'll go back and put what she doesn't carry around in a box or something like that. But it's gonna say, I can make the world smell better now, for sure.
You do that. Now, if there is nothing else, I will speak to you soon, no doubt.
You're always so helpful. Thank you. Thank you.
The botanist just slowly nods before returning back to the various plants growing around the room that she seems to tend. You know, again, the branches that protrude from this dryad's back till the soil, offer, you know, scoop water from a central reservoir to feed them, and she just returns to her menial tasks.
So, Vanya, now having everything that she kind of needs, is going to go back to the nurse.
All right. So before we head over to the nurse, and with this being day 2, Reza, is there anything that you wish to bring forth or add, or do you want to sort of still keep on the?
So I will just say that Reza is not only hunting for like a vampire meal, she's actually like game hunting too, to get more leather for the group.
Okay.
So hunting in multiple formats.
Roll me a survival check, please.
Okay. I know the alphabet.
$17. All right. You managed to acquire a few more of the mangy hares that are scoping around, along with a couple of the giant rats And last but not least, a single large wolf that, with a little bit of a tussle, you manage to eventually bring low.
Nice.
So make a note of them. These will certainly come in use. You've still got your first bits to get. Garrett, is that you? Sorry, is that you done, Reza? Anything further you wish to add?
How many rabbits and rats did you say?
Did I give a number? 3.
I don't remember.
3 hares, 2 rats, 1 wolf. Let's go with that.
Okay.
Garrett, are you good now, or shall I come back to you a little later?
Come back to me a little later, because...
All right. Yeah.
Good.
All right. In that case, then, we will return to the nurse's chamber back in the society, with Vanya bursting through the door and the nurse resting a chin on a single hand, looking rather bored as she sees Vanya approach her. I only sent you to get some powder. You've been gone nearly an hour.
Well, let me, so I was outside here just for a little bit because I got some dye on the paper and also some perfume and I kind of I wanted to make these contracts my own, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I was out there like trying to put all of these neon pigments and stuff on the paper, and then I wanted to spritz them a little bit so that, individuals knew the contracts of who they were coming from. So I was trying to personalize the papers. So as you will see, and she hands one of the papers to the nurse and says, they're multicolored and put it up to your nose. Smell it.
The nurse
Do you
takes
like that?
The nurse takes the parchment. Go on, Callie. No?
No, it's noise. Sure.
So the nurse takes the parchment, holds it to her nose, sniffs it, and immediately recoils. She's like, yes, I see
It's
and
good, right? It's
understand
good.
why this disgusting Fey influence would be. That is ingenious, I must say.
Disgusting. I thought that smelled great.
Yes, let's just say that me and the botanist's ilk don't get along very well. But I understand the draw it would have on mortals such as you. Yes. Cunning. Very cunning.
But I
approve.
also, well, thank you. I just wanted to kind of put my own spin on it, and I don't know. I was thinking about when they open it, or it's got some kind of glitter or some kind of explosion of colors, so that they know, that it's me. But so that was just a little bit of extra of what I went on. But you had asked me to get the ground up magical creatures vial of something. But here's what I have. I went and I got this to make the magical ink, and you said that you were going to teach me how to make it, right?
Absolutely. So, what have we got here? The nurse reaches out, taking the vial of powdered fairy, or powdered pixie even, holds it up to one of the lanterns, shakes it a little, and just grins. This sadistic grin just creeps up at the corner of her lips as she nods. Good. Yes, this is certainly enough. Now, what we do, Wait a minute. And she holds the vial and begins to turn it. This vial, you... Did the coroner give you this?
I picked it out of a cabinet. They told me to go pick the file.
He said nothing?
No, not that I
Well,
know of.
never mind. In that case, more power to you.
What do
fact-
you mean?
So I was about to suggest that we use, a vial to mix and brew this concoction. But since you've got this crystal vial from the coroner, then this is quite the... We shall use this now. Come.
Does
For
it
your
help
ink?
me, or?
Oh, absolutely. Whatever. So normally, whenever you are making some form of magical ink, the essences or the magics used from the powdered creature tend to leak out. And with this, well, let's just say that this will certainly be some of the most powerful ink that you could, at least someone of your caliber at least, ever hope for. So-
I don't know what your caliber means, but I'm gonna take that as a compliment. So,
It's a cause,
yeah.
it's a compliment, my dear. Now, simple. Brim the ink with the powdered pixie. We're going to stir it, we're going to heat it for about 20 minutes, and then once that is done, you're going to have to spend the next hour manipulating this concoction so that it all fuses together.
What do you mean by manipulating? Do I use a whisk or?
No, it requires your own will and your arcane power to do so.
So magic. Okay. What spell do I use for that? How do I do it?
Roll me an Arcana check, Vanya.
I am not able to pull up my
You're not.
thing.
Let me
Really?
try it again.
Is that why she
Yep.
still has no health?
I see it. An Arcana check. Here we go.
Arcana.
It's just
Also, hey,
rest-
Scott. That's so good. 10. So it takes a little while for you to get the hang of manipulating your will combined with your magic. So it's not a specific spell that you have learnt from your school years, let's put it that way. This is a whole new different ball game of manipulating magic, and with the subtle corrections by the nurse, you eventually begin to get the hang of forcing both your magical talent and just your sheer willpower to make this concoction begin to coalesce, boil, and eventually form into a magical ink. The only question I've got, did you add any of the pigment to it?
Yes, she is going to add. She's gonna make it where if you shine a light on it, it goes from blue to green.
All right. So with the ink finally made, the nurse moves her chair round alongside you and places this single piece of parchment, one of your coloured piece of parchment, in front of you, along with this crystal vial of magical ink. She then takes a small probably 4-inch in length stylus, pale white in colour, and she offers it towards you. This will be your quill.
Mm. Can I
This is
paint
yours.
the feathers? Will it ruin it?
Maybe. Now, if you look closely, and she points that at the bottom of this quill there is the usual nib for writing, but on the very top appears to be a small spike, only about 2 or 3 millimeters in size. All contracts must be sealed in blood. So when you've written your contract with your ink, you must push your thumb onto this small spike on the top and put your thumbprint on the bottom. And
Is
that
it...
will go on.
You didn't say my blood. You said with blood.
Both. This
Does it
will
have to be-
require... this is between the contracted parties. So if this is a contract between you and someone else, then this requires your blood and the blood of someone else. Your contractee as such. Or if this is a contract between 2 people, then that would require their blood. Now, bear in mind, contracts are not to be broken.
So, question. Can I clean it after each use? Because,
course.
I want to be the first person to put my
Yes.
thumb on there.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, by all means. Yes, it's no, disgusting. I normally, prestidigitation or some other form of magic to clean it will work. But or if you wish to be old-fashioned and grab a cloth of some sort, then by all means, you do you, my dear. You do you.
Just wanted to make sure that, the compound, you didn't, expect it to be seasoned with blood.
No. God, no.
I mean, I've seen some gross things.
Mm.
Okay. Okay.
So, with that, then, we shall pen your first contract. Now,
Are we doing it between us?
absolutely.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
No, not
supposed to,
between us,
because
no,
I do
no.
a contract with a
Not
hag.
between
I become
us.
a hag, right?
I'm giving you a guide on something that you can offer to others that will assist you and give you an idea on what sort of things you can accomplish.
Okay.
So how about a gift of joyous youth?
Oh, that's that can make somebody extremely positive. If their
Absolutely.
skin's sagging.
They
Yeah.
would feel as if they are young again. So, and with that, the nurse will slowly wrap her hand around Vanya's and she will begin to write a contract or words in a language you're... Let me just check before I say that word. In a language you're unfamiliar with.
I'm unfamiliar with.
You are unfamiliar with this language, yes.
Will I, with training, become familiar?
You certainly will.
Okay.
So, you understand. Again, you've not really. This is your second day with the nurse. You've not had chance to really delve too deep into the books and into the wordings used in these contracts. So she just uses your hand to write this contract out. Roll me a quick
Okay.
insight check.
Okay.
So as you quickly glance over your shoulder and take note of the nurse as she's writing this contract, you get the impression that she does seem to be earnest in writing this. There doesn't seem to be an ulterior motive or you can't judge that she's writing something unpleasant, or she's trying to double cross you. She is genuinely has the exterior of someone who is just writing something she's written tens, potentially hundreds of times before.
So Vanya's gonna say, "Oh, your hands are incredibly soft. Like they
Yes.
feel nice on my skin. Not sweaty like when I was wearing those gloves before. Very soft and delicate. I appreciate that. But I am unfamiliar with what this says. Are you going to tell me and kind of teach me the writing of what you're doing? What does this contract say?
Well, over the next, I would say 45 to 50 minutes, the nurse begins to explain the writing, and begins to offer translation between the words that she's written and what they are. And she doesn't mention what language it is, but she just begins to give you direct translations of it. And from a mechanics point of view, this gift of joyous youth, so this is something that for you jump as a player, not for Vanya as a character. The gift of joyous youth is a contract that you can sign with someone, and the contracts themselves are thematic. They don't actually really give the contractee any benefits, almost like a placebo. What it does do is gives you power, because they have offered something, either be it coin or whatever these contracts are. They give you something that is converted into power for you. So they may think they are youthful, they may think they are better looking, they may think they are more positive. They don't actually gain any true power with these contracts. It's just a trick of the mind.
But in Vanya's perspective,
Correct. They do.
Because
yes.
It's altering the way that they think.
Yes. So with this very initial starter contract, the gift of joyous youth, if you have this contract out with somebody, you basically use their... this is not something the nurse would describe in depth, but she basically says, that with this contract, they would offer you something, whatever you wish, but once the contract is signed in blood, you would be able to manifest their power to an extent, and, well, should you ever feel down in the dumps or a little under the weather, then you may be able to call upon the power of this contract to ease yourself. Bear in mind, contracts are two-way things. They gain the gift of being forever young, and in return, you'll gain the gift of, well... She words it very carefully, not in a, you gain their life force, but in a way that's very much, if you are feeling under the weather, by drawing on the power of the contracts between you, you can feel better. From a mechanics point of view, basically, if you have this contract out, you can, when you have a short rest, you basically roll a charisma saving throw. or sorry, when you want to invoke this gift, you can basically regain one of your hit dice. So if you ever get to the point where you run out of hit dice for short rests and you can't heal, you can call upon this contract to regain a hit die. So this is just a very basic beginner, contract.
So Vanya's gonna respond with, I know quite a few individuals in my circle right now that are feeling a little worn and overwhelmed, and
Is that so?
would like some younger vitality per se. Maybe Garrett even. Like, I mean, he may be even the first person I go and talk to.
Maybe.
But because he's basically managing the group. I mean, he's probably exhausted by now. I've seen him gain 1 or 2 wrinkles. But okay. No, I can definitely. So I've got this one. Like, what's my assignment to go do this one? Do I need to? Can I?
No, your
duplicate
assignments.
this?
No, these are only one contract of a certain type. If you start offering multiple contracts out of the same, it begins to become a little awkward when you don't need to worry. Let's just say that for your own benefit for now. Try not to make duplicates of the same contracts. Things can... I'm not saying that the people of Novostoya will find ways around words, but come to me, and first things first, we will start learning and understanding the languages used, yes?
Yes, so you want me to take this, just so that I'm clear, just the one, no duplicates, and I
Yes.
need, based off of this one and what you have told me, I will explain it to them. I need to make a contract with one individual.
You don't need to. You can hold on to that for as long as you want. If this is your contract to hold. You can gift this to whoever you want.
Oh, so don't let it burn a hole in my pocket.
Absolutely.
I need to
Find the one person who needs that uplifting experience and offer it to them.
Do you know how hard that's going to be? Because everybody needs to be uplifted. But I feel like I will know. I will have a sign.
You will know the person. You'll know who needs their life uplifting and who is willing to exchange a contract with you, yes.
I kind of feel like at this point, maybe, she's confiding in the nurse. She's like, we've had a big falling out with Reza. She really needs to find herself with some positivity. I feel like what happened between all of us and Garrett, she might be down. I kind of feel like I need to go find her and talk to her, and maybe this contract could help. I don't know.
So,
I don't.
Two things. One, I'm sure your friend will, if she is a true friend, I'm sure she will come around. And secondly, and more importantly, you do not contract with the dead. Or those of the Fae. Under no circumstance must you contract with the dead or the Fae realms.
Well, that was kind of good to know you were going to send me out without knowing that. Is there anyone else that I shouldn't contract with? Was that supposed to be in session 3?
Nah, I mean, I sort of just mentioned when you brought Reza into the equation. Yes, she is, Now, those who are already damned, you do not wish to contract with them for their lives. Well, they have two choices. They either live to become old and decrepit like the coroner, or they go feral. And a contract with a feral creature is of... Well, you don't want that now, do you?
Well, what would happen if I did a contract with Reza or the Fae?
Oh, with the... I mean,
What would
with-
happen to me?
Well, it's a waste of a contract. You can only use these once. And for a creature
So-
that can't die, that is a contract forever wasted. Forever out there, especially if she goes feral. You're got
So
a
it
contract with some
doesn't.
sort of feral dog.
So they're just basically null and void. with-
Correct.
Oh, okay.
And with those regarding the Fae, well, let's just say that those of the Fae have a way with words. A rather unpleasant way with words, and what you may believe to be a solid concept and a leak-proof contract, those of the Fae will always find a way around, out of it, or sometimes it's the detriment of you. So like the botanist, do not deal with the botanist, or any of her ilk, for their way with words is far beyond yours.
But she seems very helpful.
Oh yes, there are exceptions to the rule, but let's just say that you made a contract with the botanist, and one day she'd, as fickle as some of the Fey denizens are, if she wishes to annul that, or, well, forbid that she wishes to go against you. Terms and conditions in these so-called contracts can be unpleasant if not written properly. So,
But how do I identify if they're one versus the other when I'm making the contract? Do they have to attest to it?
and it's easy. The dead are the dead. The Fae are
Well,
the Fae.
it's obvious that Reza is Reza. I mean, but she had told me, what if I'm questioning their creation, you know?
Then just ask
and
them.
unsure.
All right, come closer.
I mean, I can tell them to tell me the truth,
The nurse
but
leans in towards Vanya and in her ear whispers,
yes.
"The dead are dead. It's hard to deny that fact. No pulse, you can tell a dead person away, but the Fae, they cannot tell a lie."
Oh, even without magic to make them tell the truth?
I would say more, but I believe if I continue down this train of thought any further, I will have some rather hard questions to answer to the botanist, so I would rather avoid that.
Okay, well, I feel like this has given me quite a bit of insight. I mean, I've learned quite a bit today. You like my paper?
I do, it's beautiful. Now, and with that, the nurse steps to the side and begins to take several books and scrolls that she piles in front of Vanya, motioning that for the next week or so, her task will be to decipher and translate the words in these books and scrolls into common so that she can understand. So basically, yeah, your next week of tutorage will be learning the language used by the nurse.
Okay.
So, Cypher, Vanya, anything further from society since we're here?
No, I'm good.
Nope.
Yeah?
Same here.
All right. Whew. happy DM. Smug DM, for that matter. With that then, Cypher, Vanya, you depart Medicinae Societas on your way back to the Baron's Folly. So I guess at this point, my... what are we on? 2.5 hours? Do you want to call a very quick break there? Quick pee break?
Yes,
Yeah.
please. I was about to do it. Be right back.
Alright. We will be right back momentarily. I'm back.
Me too.
Have a love.
Leave.
Alright. So then, if that's everyone back... Good times. Who wants to... where do we go next, I guess, is the question to ask.
Back.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Get back home to give the plan to Garrett. See what he says.
Alright. In that case then, we will head back to the Baron's Folly. And I'm basically just going to say now, Garrett, Vanya, Cypher, the stage is yours.
Oh, sorry, taking a sip. So I'll get back and immediately go searching for Garrett. Probably upstairs in his room.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Then he'll come flying up the stairs in the room and be like, hello!
Vanya's gonna be behind you.
Hello.
We got an idea.
An idea.
A good one.
A good one.
We got an idea.
Garrett puts down the little box he's been tinkering with and puts his full gaze on the two. They've just entered his room.
Scyther immediately starts sweating. So, okay. So you just need a perfect imprint so you can recreate the stamp, right?
Correct.
Okay. So we think we've figured out a way how to get in. Barney knows where the main desk is in the gatehouse. All we need is a distraction to get the guards away from the guardhouse, and Vanya can use her. What's it called? Cloak of Patches.
Yeah, for a window.
Yeah, and she can use a patch to make a window. We can sneak inside. Might.
Oh, ooh,
Go on.
Cypher.
What?
I just wanted to add, like, to add some validation to what you're saying. Like, the last time that I went there with the group, I kind of got caught, and I know where the desk is that the higher up the officer, one would say, sits, so that we could throw the window up there, and we need to create a distraction, right, Cypher?
Right.
Yeah. With we were thinking Gorgeous George.
And we might need your help.
My help.
Yeah,
Yeah, you're good with lock picking and stuff like that, and it might be in a locked drawer.
Vanya's like shaking her head, yes, aggressively.
I have dabbled with locks in the past, that's no lie.
Right? Makes more sense for you to do it.
But Garrett, like, they said that if they see me again that they would hang me. Can we disguise me as something else, possibly? I mean, I don't think I'd be much use of the group dead, right?
Unless you're planning on a second life as an undead, probably not.
I wasn't planning on it, so if we could also disguise me in this plan, I would. Cypher, I don't know about you, Garrett, like your time frame and George's time frame, but we could do this, pretty soon, like in the next 10 minutes. We could.
Well, like right now?
Well, why not? We're not doing anything, right?
So you've already mapped out the building. Checked the patrol routes of the guards. Seen what their emergency plans are, who goes where when something happens. Plotted an escape route. Let alone how to get the diversion away without being hung as well.
Well, Garrett, now that you're like saying all of that, I've only been in there once. But we know, like, what do you think, like 5 days of surveillance or something like that we could do that? Because I've definitely not mapped that out, because when I went up there, it was kind of abrupt. They thought I was bringing a mob to tear down the wall, but that was not the case.
You're lucky they didn't hang you, to be honest.
I mean, I agree, and that's why I'm a little bit scared to go back, because they kind of sensed my unknowing, but I think they know my face now. So we need to do a little bit more reconnaissance, is what you're saying?
we
before you
do
feel
we? Oh,
comfortable?
that's delightful.
I'm just thinking, based upon your comments, I've never done this before, so.
Now, would you like to know what I've been doing since I finished cooking last night?
Eating?
I did take some sandwiches with me. Shame to let the delights of the kitchen go to waste.
Were they good?
They were fantastic.
Yeah, I missed out on
My
that.
compliments to the chef. Oh, it was me. Lovely.
You fucking smug bastard.
Yeah, a little cocky right there.
Fucking Garrett's an arse. I love it.
But in all seriousness, I have been watching your guardhouse.
Wait. Vanya put some of her pocket snacks into her mouth. Hold on. You been scouting them?
Of course I am. I wasn't going to let Cypher go there without it being scouted.
I mean, you could have, like, told me.
You didn't ask.
But you delegated it to me. Like, I feel like.
I delegated you a plan, but I wasn't going to let you run off half-cocked.
Okay, I mean, you're right. Like, we wouldn't want to go in there slightly turgid, right?
No, not at all. And Garrett pulls out a little piece of paper with a sketch map of the guardhouse. With some little annotations where the guards patrol and...
I'm
Wait.
going to very quickly see if this works on Foundry. So, oh, it does. All right. So,
Oh.
what you begin to, you're gonna let me. I can't draw in a box. That's annoying. God damn it. All right. So what Garrett would draw initially is sort of a wall. No, fuck you then, I guess. Oh, okay. Yeah, we can do that. Oh, okay. I will draw the rough
Yes.
outline.
Thought we'd get MS Paint out there for a second.
Yeah. So with Vanya and Garrett putting their heads together, you'd have this rough outline with there being two doors to the guardhouse. One being here, and the other one being at the top. All right, the central room, Vanya, you only remember going in through this door on the right and being led to an office here. And that's where you had the discussion with the warden captain. Garrett, from the various observations you would have seen, again, there seems to be a central room in the middle, a large chamber just off to the lower right, and then this place next to the office is a very basic prison. So that's the interior of the watch office, at least, or at least that the bits to be aware of.
Mm-hmm.
So Vanya's gonna ask right off the bat. So you've already, obviously, based upon this drawing, Garrett, you've been inside. Why did you not make a duplicate while you were inside?
Because it was full of the watch.
Okay, so our plan is, like I said before, is to create a distraction with gorgeous George, not curious George.
He might be curious.
It could be gorgeous, curious George. I haven't really gotten to know him yet. He's a bit of a flirt, but for him to go out and yell, "Someone's climbing the wall!" and
Why do you want to make him sound like a walrus?
What I said.
it's not a walrus. Like, it's a muffled, like, from a distance voice. Anyways, so a muffled distant voice from curious, gorgeous George, okay, saying someone's climbing the wall, which gets everybody out of the building to go, like, try to figure out. Maybe we say, instead of someone, a crowd is trying to climb the wall, and they're outside of the building. And then what I was hoping is that Cypher would sneak in, because I know where the desk is at. Like, I would throw a window up, and he could sneak through the window into it and grab it. But then he's like, what if there's a lock? And I was like, oh, shiz. I didn't even think about if there might be a lock, because there could potentially be a lock for the stamp, right? And I was like, well, I haven't picked a lock. And then Cypher said that he hadn't picked a lock. And I was like, well, who has picked a lock? Garrett has picked a lock. And you're pretty sneaky, right?
I do not sneak.
You're pretty stealthy, right?
That sounds better, doesn't it?
Same thing.
A sneak is a common thief.
Okay. Does stealth make you sound more grandiose? Is that how I should use that?
It's more an act of style.
Okay, well, you can style into the building where there are locks and unstyle the locks.
I feel you're trying to stretch this metaphor a little bit too far.
Cypher, help me out. I feel like I'm not quite making my point.
Oh, I understand completely what your point is. You put a window up, I climb through it, unlock what needs to be unlocked, and get the impression of the stamp.
Exactly.
Initially, we were going to use Mage Hand, and it was just going to be Cypher and I. And then Cypher was like, what if there's the lock? And then I was like, well, I don't know. Like, I don't know how to get through that tiny hole.
Now, when the guard get mobilized for a problem, they lock the two doors, they leave one person near the building, and the rest go to deal with the problem.
You've seen this?
I may have engineered something.
Mm.
And they go, and then it takes them a few minutes to come back. And this plan of yours has merit, especially as we're not going to take the stamp itself. And Garrett
The
opens a little box that he's been working with and inside it is just standard clay.
I want to give credit where credit's due. That was Cypher.
What was Cypher?
Not taking the stamp because he was like, "Oh, what if they recognize that it's missing?" And he was
Exactly.
like, "Yeah, it was great."
So I have made this box, and we've got some wet clay in it.
Yeah.
I can make an indentation, and then from that mold, I can make a stamp of my own.
Genius.
Certain people have said so in the past.
I mean, I don't use it a lot, but you know, it's a compliment.
My only worry is I would rather not use George because it's quite memorable. In fact, I'd like not to use anyone affiliated with the folly.
But we could use a drunkard.
And then
Yeah.
when
In
the
the
watch
alley.
asks the drunkard, "Why did you say there's someone climbing on the wall?" he goes, "Some woman gave me money to do it." And then they come back
brilliant.
to you.
But here's the thing, Garrett. Like I've got a little bit of magic. I can suggest something that they won't remember.
Oh, you can do those illusion thingies, can you not?
I can do illusions too. I mean, those would definitely work. I could cast that up and say, "Someone is climbing on the wall."
No, we don't need a walrus.
Well, Cypher said I sounded too much like me and that they would notice that.
I think we just get it. An image of somebody climbing on the wall. And then a nudge in the right person's ribs and go, "What's that up there?"
Oh, so
And just let the crowd do
no,
the work for you.
someone is climbing on the wall. So we don't do that. We just do the image.
No, we don't nudge a walrus.
Okay. No, I mean, I think we can totally do that. I think that is within. We can alter the plan definitely for that, for sure.
Ideally, we don't want to draw any attention to ourselves. We want to let random people do the work for us.
I mean, that totally makes sense because Cypher was because at first I was like, I can do the distraction, and then Cypher was like, "You're gonna get hanged," and I was like, "You're right, I will."
Yeah, the last thing we need is your neck being stretched just to get a stamp.
You know, that means a lot that you guys would recommend that not happening.
Then we'd have to find a replacement and vet them, and it just takes too long.
And who else is gonna bring you top shelf positivity, right? You know, like I have brought so much profit to the folly, like in the last couple of weeks. Like I just feel I am inventive and a good asset to the tavern. No,
What are you trying to sell me right now?
I have no idea, but just not my death at this point. Right?
Now, we're a bit light on the hands at the moment.
Oh. Based on what I saw last night, Cypher's got plenty of hands.
How I see this, we need 4 people at least to pull this off.
He'll look out at least one person to do the distraction and one person to steal, right?
Are you talking about like a guard or us, rekindling with Reza? Because I trust her completely.
It's not a matter of trust. We need a decision from her whether she wants to be here with us.
I mean, I feel, she hasn't eaten us, and she forgave me when I had apparently revealed the secret. I would think she wants to be with us, right? I mean, we can talk to her. We can find her. I have no idea where she's at, but
Well, she said she would be back within 3 days. Why don't we plan this heist in 4 days' time from when she left?
I mean, I would feel much better having her being able to have our back and rip somebody apart if needed.
So whether she's wanting to rejoin the fold, we can put her to work. If she does not want to,
We can stick her in the heart. I mean,
Wow.
Is this how you get your ground up dust, Cypher? Like, I don't know if I agree with that.
what? No. Oh.
as I was saying, and if she doesn't want to be brought back into the fold, we can then explore options for a 4th. I'd rather not use one of the guards, but if need be, we'll use one of the new ones. Maybe Errol, as he's quiet and knows how to not draw attention to himself.
Yeah, definitely not, because we were thinking about using Gorgeous Curious George, and because he's a bit loud and flirtatious. Like,
Do you got a crush on George?
Yeah,
No.
his name's George.
no, like, the thing is using him as a distraction because he's loud. Like, having him become part of the group. I'm already loud, and we don't need a second loud person. So I would not recommend him, is what I was saying. But somehow you guys took it a different direction, which I'm kind of confused by. He does glisten a little bit, which is nice.
He's a nice person, but how do I say this? He's as dumb as a box of rocks.
And I will say, we ladies sometimes we like that.
Pickle. Okay, so we have a plan. We have means of making a stamp. The wax isn't a problem. It's a crimson wax. Parchment. I'm sure I asked you for good parchment.
Yes. So, remember back in the day when I was wrapping things and I wasn't supposed to, because apparently it's a little bit pricey, right? So I parsed out some pieces for this project, and then I parsed out some pieces for I'm gonna be honest, like, I'm learning with the nurse about how to do some contracts. And she pulls out her paper, and it's like all colored and fragrant, and says, I feel like this speaks to me, because I can give people their true destiny. You know what I'm saying? Like, here, smell this. Like, just the smell of the smell alone is gonna change your life. Like, smell that.
Oh, I can smell it.
It's amazing. But here's the thing. I didn't color all of the paper because, this is mine over here. You can see it's like all different colors, all different neon colors. It smells wonderful. But I know you had asked for paper and you tend to be a little bit more boring. So I left it white. I didn't spray anything on it either. But here's the thing. I don't know what you're into, so I can make it your own. I just didn't want you to feel like I was, pushing myself onto you by coloring and smelling this paper for you. But I've got a couple of sheets here for you, Garrett.
I'm going to need a minimum of 8.
Well, if you do that, I think I've got 8 plain pieces. Yeah, I haven't been able to get to all of them, so here.
Because you want a pass for each member, an identification document for each member.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. It's your lucky day. I have not colored these yet. These are just regular. I'm glad today was the day because I get a little excited when I have some pigment, and these didn't get it, but the other ones did.
These parchment is still do. I think I can make it look like the others.
Question, because the hag had told me, like, you said it'll do. Like, do we need skin?
Why would I want skin?
I don't know. She said contracts previously were done in skin. And here's the thing.
Vanya,
it's like-
Vanya. These are passes, not contracts.
I was gonna go down to Market Row, and I was gonna go to Butcher Row, and
Oh my
try
God.
to get you like pig skin or something like that. Cause you remember Mabel, right? Mabel that like was butchering the chicken on stage.
I don't know where this conversation's going, Vanya.
And
All I need's parchment to make your pass.
But when somebody said good quality paper, and then the nurse was like, we use skin as good quality paper, I was like, oh, my first thought was, oh, I will go to Mabel and get some skin paper from like pigs or chicken or something like that.
Oh, I love
But
it.
I would love to know how Vanya has survived this long. Truly.
But apparently, when I brought her regular parchment paper, because I hadn't had time to go to Mabel, she was fine with it. And then I gave you regular parchment paper, and you're like, yeah, it's okay. And then I just kind of thought, oh, shoot. Did I not do right by going to Mabel and getting some skin for you?
What the powers that be use for making passes and identification documents are generally a thicker stock of paper. Very high quality.
Can we take like 2 parchments and like water them and glue them together to make them thicker? without the
That
skin.
would be more obvious. We don't need skin, Vanya. What I need to do, it's going to take me longer to forge the documents using this slightly subpar paper. But when I'm finished, they will look fine.
Do you want me to go get better paper? Like, I don't know what you're asking me. Like, do you need more time or?
What I need from you right now is silence.
Mm. Okay.
Called it. I
I
was
can
muted.
give you that. I can give you that. If this is the paper that you need, I can give you that. Okay, just tell me that you're okay with this paper.
Did you not hear me a little while ago when I said it will do?
It will do sounds like, eh. I want to do the best that I can do, Garrett. And if you're giving me, I did not give you the best that I could do. I need you to be excited.
Okay, the best you can do for me right now is leave me to my work.
I'm gonna leave the room because I feel as though we are at agree to disagree. And
Get out!
she's gonna go and get out the room.
Oh dear. So, two things. Well played, Lee. Also, jump for carrying that on as long as you did. Fucking well done.
I was wondering how long it would take him to blow up.
Oh, fucking I love you guys. All right. So, Cypher, anything you wish to add?
No, Cypher was just like, that was weird. And he's just going to walk away.
Okay, so, as a very quick, brief, you're planning to do this in basically 2.5 days' time on the third, the fourth day. So you've got, a day and a half before supposedly Reza may return. What are you guys doing in that prep time?
I'm going to split my time between going back to the guardhouse to carry on my recce to make sure none of the plans change at different times of the day.
Okay.
And in my off time, I'm going to start work on the fortress, so I'll just be in my room.
Okay.
Vanya is going to, in her and Cypher's room, because I believe we're still bunking together,
Correct.
is going to be practicing the illusion of somebody climbing a wall up until the point
Okay. Yeah,
that it happens.
that's brilliant. Anything in particular from you, Cypher?
Question.
Yes.
If I got a glimpse of the language that is written for the contracts, would I understand it?
No.
Okay.
Not if Foundry is up to date with your current languages, no.
I believe it is.
Yes.
Yeah, because I only have the other one when I'm with the foreigner. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind then. Cypher will do his studies in the morning and in the afternoon. He's He'll be out talking to dead animals.
Okay. Nice. So with that, we pan our attention over to the outer towns. Teresa. Reza,
Mm.
what have you been doing in... Is there anything further you wish to add that you've thought of in your absence? And where do you go now? So by this point, I would say we'll end with it being the end of the third day.
Mm-hmm. So, assuming she found an appropriate victim to get a full meal, or do you want to RP that? I'm good either way. What I had in mind is like she would just find some like unsuspecting farmer late at night walking back to his fields and just go like, yoink, you're mine now.
Yeah. That wouldn't. Again, you're in the outer the outer towns of Novostoya. There is a single patrol that does like the entire towns once every 2 weeks. But yeah, they. It would be easy enough for you to pick someone off. The towns are rarely policed by the Watch. The vast majority of crimes tend to be ruled by mob justice. So, yeah,
Gotcha.
it's kind of ripe.
So, she would, for the first time in her undeath, feeling like fully invigorated, like healthy vampire, if that's the term. She is gonna make her way back to lower streets with all the furs she's collected. She's tried to like scrape down the hides as much as possible to keep them fresh. She's gonna make her way back to the Folly.
So, as a little bonus, due to the fact that this is the first time you have literally left a desiccated husk of a man, I'm going to basically just say 4 fury points straight off the bat, bump them all the way up. As well as I will give you, similar to jump, an advantage to use at a point you deem fit.
Okay.
And I do believe there is... no, that's just inspiration. Yeah, so both you and Jump currently have an advantage you can use to call upon, Jump's...
I feel like I'm gonna need to make a persuasion roll at some point.
So with hides, or at this point, flayed skin over your shoulder, you begin to make the trudge back through the Svinstead fields, Kartov, and eventually into lower streets. It's here where late at night, at this point, I would imagine the Folly is closed, far from a few lanterns that are lit. The vast majority of punters at this point have been kicked out, and you're stood on the opposite side of the road to the Folly. What do you do?
Is Kruger at the door?
At the moment, there's no one outside. The door's closed. It's past, it's past closing time. There's no one outside.
Fucking Kruger abandoning his post. I thought he was the overnight guard. Alright, so Reza's just gonna post up next to the swing she made for Cypher, kind of drape her furs over the swing, and wait for dawn or whatever when the first guard comes out. She's not going to let herself in the middle of the night.
Hey, Gara, thank you very much for those 100 bits. I appreciate it. Welcome in. All right, so with that, you stay secluded in the shadows of one of the overhangs of a nearby building. You do notice every now and again that the door opens. A head pops out, literally looks up and down the courtyard in front of the folly, and then just ducks back inside.
Can I tell who it is?
It's Kruger. Half-arsing the job as always. It's a bit of a cold night. The boss
hears about this.
It's a bit of a cold night, and he's he just pokes his head out, looks up and down the street before closing the door, and you hear the heavy sounds of latchings and the iron beam being dropped to lock the door. As dawn begins to break, the pitch black sky now turns more to a slightly muddied grey. And eventually, out steps a familiar face of Falco. He yawns widely, adjusts his belt and withdraws his longsword, looks over it, nods, and slams it back into the sheath before dropping heavily onto the stool outside of the Baron's Folly. He tightens up the cloak around his neck, throws his hood up, and begins to blow into his hands to warm them up.
Reza picks up her furs, skins, and walks out of the shadows towards Falco.
Falco looks up at the sound of approaching footsteps. Hold, we're not open yet. Reza?
Said I'd be back.
Hi, you did. It's well, I'd heard a few whispers passed down that things were. You all right?
Never been better.
Good. He was worried about you. I've not seen you like
sorry,
that. Storm out.
I'm sorry to have caused you worry, Falco.
Sorry, Kelly, you're breaking up a little bit there. Dr. Roboto. No, it's crashing. Okay. Difficult.
Perfect timing.
Perfect timing.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Here we go.
Okay, yeah. What was I saying?
Falco, I was a bit worried about you.
Sorry to have worried you.
Aye. Well, you're back now, I guess. And with that, he reaches over, grabs the key, opens the door to the folly, and opens it. Aye, well, welcome back. I'll We'll have a catch up later, eh?
Sure. Would you mind doing me a favour and seeing if Garrett is awake? I'd like to talk to him as soon as he is.
I don't think he's left yet, actually.
Well,
Normally
I've
he
been
tends to
watching the
skirt
front
out.
door and not seen him leave, so unless he's left
Aye.
some other way, he should be here.
I'll go and get him. Falco steps inside, makes his way up the stairwell to Garrett's door, puts his ear to the door for a moment, and then... Garrett, you about?
Enter.
Cheers! And with that, Falco pushes the door open, drops his hood and ruffles his hair a little bit. Hey, sorry to bother you early, like super early. It's, Reza's back.
She is. How'd she look?
Different.
How much? Yeah. Okay.
Different. She's downstairs. She wants a word if you're free.
Tell her I invite her to come up to my room. Those exact words, please.
All right. Sure. And with that, Falco turns his back, closes the door. Fucking errand boy now. Fuck me. Fucking pass the fucking messenger. Hey, here we go. Listen, I get downstairs and Reza just fucking shanks me. Oh, don't stab the fucking messenger. And she's just as he steps in, he's like, Reza, Garrett says he, fuck me, what was his words? He cordially invites you to step into his room. He wants you into, he wants you in his, basically.
She grins quietly and says, "Thank you, Falco," and just dumps all the skins into his arms and walks upstairs.
What am I doing with these? Oh, it fucking stinks.
Turn that tickled me, well, did you?
Alright, Reza, make your way up the spiral stone staircase to the first floor. Take a left and then a right to Garrett's door.
She knocks once and then she opens the door and leans against the door frame with a slight smile on her face.
Morning, Reza. I invite you in.
Morning, Garrett. I thought as much from Falco's garbled words, but I wanted to confirm. It is appreciated. So she'll walk in and take a seat. I'm guessing like there's two chairs, like executive style, in front of his desk, and she'll just sit in one. Yeah. Principal's office.
Yeah.
It's more so Cypher's got somewhere to sit where he comes and babbles while I'm working.
Everything goes back to Cypher.
So it's quite a comfy chair, because it's... Welcome back.
It is good to be back.
You've worked things through?
I think I have something that has been long overdue. And first, I think I owe our little group an apology for not bringing my true self into the company sooner, but also gratitude. for helping me find my way.
Glad to hear it. We've been not only short-handed, but a lack of adult conversation.
I am sorry I have not been here to be a buffer between you and Vanya.
Well, then, your apology is accepted.
She bows her head and thanks.
I will leave you to speak to the other members on your own time, however you wish. But now, before we go any further, I think it's better to get everything in the open for me. What you've done where you've been away, that's your own business. I will not pry. The only thing I ask is if anything puts the folly or people that live here in danger, you will forewarn me.
Yes.
And secondly, you going forward, when we have a goal, we all work to the same goal. The safety of our group is paramount. We
Agreed.
need to be able to trust and rely on each other.
Absolutely. Like you said, you don't need to know the details, but my attention in the past has been horribly divided. And that is the case no longer. No more distractions. Just focus on the goal.
Superb. I'm very glad to hear it. And welcome back to the Folly. Your room is how you left it.
She... Oh, go ahead.
I did, however, when your furniture was being delivered, I noticed something missing. You have nowhere to store that bow of yours.
She tilts her head at Garrett.
Now, I know from others of my kind that standing a bow on the floor is bad for its shape. Hanging is much better for the longevity of the wood.
She nods slowly.
And Garrett pulls back the cloth on his work desk. And the first thing you see is a piece of light oak that used to be someone's table, polished high, but now with a couple of pegs, also highly polished, sticking out for it. If we were to mount this on the wall, you'd have somewhere to call home and hang your bow. And I've inscribed a little thing on it for you in a language that most won't understand, but I believe you and I do.
She will reach forward and pick up this piece and hold it with both hands and look at it. And she runs her fingers across the inscription and just this broad grin comes over her face.
I feel there were some DMs there.
With her fangs clearly showing, and she looks up at Garrett and says, "Yes, we are. Perfect little family of monsters."
Well, I'm glad you like it. Get yourself sorted out. Have a rest. We have a job to do later in the day.
Reza nods, and as she gets up and leaves, she turns to look back at Garrett one more time and to say, "I am at your service, as long as you will have me." And then goes to her room.
I accept your service for as long as you wish to be here.
And then she nods and goes to her room. Completely forgetting about Falco downstairs with all the skins in his arms.
It's just Falco still stood in the main hall like, oh, what am I doing with these? So go on.
Before we go on, as the door closes, Garrett shakes his hands out to the sides, and two wooden stakes appear in both hands, which he then puts on his work table. I didn't know how this conversation was going to go.
Better safe than sorry. That's true. That is, yeah. Yeah. Perfect. All right. I'm sure we shall find out the true words of the inscription later down the line. But with that, Reza, I would imagine you would spend the rest of the morning just reacclimatizing.
Yeah, and at some point she does remember to go down and yell to Falco to take those to Garlic.
Go.
Garnack.
That little gnome bastard. In fact,
Yes.
Aye, all right. I'll sort that. That's no problem. Sure, why
Very
not?
good.
Fucking little errand boy now. It's like, not longer running fucking messengers, but now doing everyone's fucking jobs for other. I'll be back shortly. And with that, Falco departs. Hours
All right,
pass
now,
and...
RP amongst yourself. Falco and Garlic. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, go on, dear. No, I'm. Don't you worry about that. Don't you worry about that. Revenge is a dish best served cold. Anyway, several hours pass, and eventually, I would say there would be a moment where you're all, you would get together. I'm not sure if it would be before Vanya and Cypher go to their respective places of training, or after. What would you guys say?
Probably after, because they go pretty early and.
Fuck that.
Yeah, everyone's got shit to do. All right. So with Vanya, Cypher, you make your way out, and again, several hours later return. And at this point now, probably midday, before the folly truly opens to the punters, it would give you all a chance to at least get together, and this will be the first time, Vanya and Cypher, that you would see that Reza's back. So we shall pick up from there as Vanya and Cypher step through the door. Garrett, Reza, what do they see in the folly?
I sat at the bar, waiting for him to return. I'm having a spot of lunch.
Reza is... She's got, like... I don't know, it's... I'm not going to describe it very much here because I want the solution. I want to talk to you about it after the stream. But she's kind of... It looks like she's been, like, whittling or crafting on something with her hands while she's been sitting there just chatting with Garrett while he eats. And I'm not going to make you guys roll a perception check because you would know what Reza looks like pretty well. And you would notice what Falco and Garrett both noticed, that there's like this subtle shift in her body language, like a tension that she has been holding on to is gone. So she looks more languid, more fluid in her movements. And it also almost looks like she's slightly less pale and maybe a little healthier looking. Like the circles under her eyes have diminished slightly. She's looking probably the healthiest you have ever seen Reza look in the time you've been acquainted with her.
So I'll start with Vanya walking through the door first, and she's just gonna go,
"Hey, Regent!"
And it's like swatting at Cypher.
Stop it!
Cypher!
Ow! What?
It's Reza.
Cypher turns. Sees eyes well up with tears. Big cheesy grin, and he runs over and just hugs her. You're late.
Terribly sorry. And she just kind of like picks him up in a bear hug and hugs him back.
Right, and then he starts rifling through your pockets.
Hey, Hansy, come on. And she puts
What?
him down.
It's in here somewhere.
What? What are you looking for?
My half of the gold.
Cypher, it's been in here the whole time. I hid it in our bathroom.
Cypher just lets go, and he's like, "Waste my time," and wanders off.
Vanya's gonna approach, be like, "Ah, it's so good to have you back. We have just a lot of plans. Do you want to try my positivity?"
Are you getting close to Reza, or are you saying this from a distance?
Oh, she is like, she's not getting as close as Cypher was, like right up on you, but like, she's rushing you too.
Reza will meet your rush, put her hand over Vanya's mouth and her other hand on her shoulder and say, "Believe it or not, Vanya, I missed you too. And I appreciate the enthusiasm of your greeting. But no, I am not going to try any of the cockamamie bullshit you have brewed up while I have been gone."
You don't want to have
You just heard me say no. Use your listening ears and understand that no means no. No, I'm going. I'm going to. She takes her hand off of her mouth. No, no, I missed you. No, not really, but sort of a little bit.
Now, you said it. I gotta go. I'll see you later. She
Okay.
smiles and walks off.
Well, and Reza turns to Garrett and was like, "That was weird. She just left."
I had to practically throw her out of my room last night.
She just pats him on the back in consolation and sits back down.
It would be at this moment where the front door to the folly bursts open, and there stood is a triumphant looking Falco. He scans the room, locks eyes on Reza, and then just smirks. A proper shit-eating, smug smirk. "I'm back! Oh, and our little friend, well, he's been busy. He has been busy. He's got you. Ta-da!" And he unslings a satchel from his back, reaches in and pulls out what can only be described as slippers made from the carcasses of the 2 dead hares brought to him previously. And with him cradling these slippers on his hand, he slidles over towards Reza and goes, "Your slippers, Your Highness."
Do they have the taxidermied bunny ears on them?
They do, absolutely. They're both
Yeah.
both ears are. It basically looks like he's just hollowed out these hairs and turned them into slippers.
Has it got a fluffy tail on the heel?
Yep. Fluffy
Perfect.
tail on the heel. Big ears that every time you take a step they flop around.
Reza is so excited. Like, the people in this room have never seen her, like, excited like this. She is, like, squealing like a little girl, ripping her boots off and putting these slippers on, and then dancing around.
Falco's smirk immediately drops. That's not the. That's not what I was looking for.
She
Garrett,
grabs Falco and makes him dance with her.
Garrett, this is not what I was looking for. What the fuck?
Now, Falco, when you're home, a bit of comfort goes a long way.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Alright.
She dips him.
Oh. Oh dear. So. How about, because this is, yeah. We'll say, for the moment, that as the night goes on, you all begin to discuss the plan of action. Is there anything in particular that you want to bring forth in character or out of character to to Reza about what's planned the following evening. So you're all sat around the table at the back of the room. The calls, cheers, and cajoles of the tavern are now in full swing. So your conversation won't be over here just because of how loud and rowdy the rest of the folly is, which gives you all a brief respite to have a quiet chat amongst yourselves.
So we're all around.
Absolutely. At this point, I would say, yeah,
Okay.
you're all around to discuss the heist on the gatehouse.
So,
Garrett,
Anya, Cypher,
Yeah. Yeah.
are you ready with the illusion?
I have been practicing all day and night. Like, I feel as though I'm ready for sure. I mean, would you like me to show you an example to see if it's up to par with what you were thinking? But I have been up there just
Not in a crowded bar. I think that would be.
no, I meant like you follow
Right.
me upstairs.
If you two tell me it's ready, it's
Is-
ready.
It's pretty good.
I've been I've been showing Cypher and just like asking him how to tweak it and stuff. So, all right, yeah, I think it's perfect.
Reza,
Hmm.
I've scouted out a slightly elevated position that should give me a good view. A good view.
All right.
While I go into the building.
Mm-hmm.
We just need a signal if one of the guards, starting to get close.
Right. How far away will I be from you, if in this instance?
I mean, I can dive in as DM if you want to give you an exact number. It's up to you, Garrett.
Yeah, give me an exact number.
Yeah.
Just
All right, exact number is going to be 300. Let's just set it at a flat 300 feet.
Okay. I'm asking because I feel like the range on prestidigitation is 10 feet, if I'm reading this correctly.
Yeah.
Okay, then there goes that idea. Never mind.
Granted, Thicket's got a range of 600 feet, so you're well within covering range. But yeah, basically, what you've got almost like a bell tower in one of the nearest. There's like a small governing office just a little further down the street. That's got a large bell tower that overlooks the courtyard in front of the gate. Which, for someone like yourself would easily be able to scoot up there. Gives you a perfect look down into the courtyard where all of this shit's kicking off, where the crowd would hopefully be screaming that someone's climbing the wall or whatever, and it will give you a good vantage point on the guards coming out, as well as sight into the Garner house through the windows.
Right. I have a couple of thoughts myself, but Garrett, do you have any thoughts about how I could alert you if I see someone heading into the building that could compromise you?
What's the range on your telepathic link?
that's a great idea.
Oh, yeah.
It's miles. Let me.
Fuck yeah, okay.
If not, I could always stand in between. She can telepathic link me, and then I could telepathic link Garrett if we need to extend the link.
Within 1 mile, I can link everyone to me.
Perfect.
Good.
Before
So very quickly, look at Vanya trying to get out of this. Hell no, you're up close. So go on, Garrett.
Before we leave, I can link everyone to my mind. You'll only be able to talk to me and through me, but I'll be able to contact everyone and control the plan from wherever I am.
Perfect. What is our contingency plan if we are found out? What action would you like me to take from my vantage point if you give me the word to do so?
If I get caught, the two casters to not get involved and get away from the guards, I will use all of my skill and speed to try and get away. But if you could give me covering fire, maybe slow down any pursuits, and give me time to disguise myself, that would be appreciated.
She smiles and nods. I think I have just the thing for that, should it be needed.
We will have a meet-up point a couple of streets away.
And
If we get to a fight, it'll be a place of our choosing.
but Garrett, like, are we all gonna be disguised going into it? Because like they don't want to recognize us if we get away. And then also, can I just point out, like, you know, Cypher and I were talking, and it's like I have been in their captive several times, and they might recognize me.
That's why you are far away from the guards themselves.
Yes, but I think I would still like a disguise.
Do we have everybody that's in visual range in a disguise, just to start with? It's easier to shed a disguise to be who you are than it is to make a disguise.
We can do like we did on our trip to the Fank table, get some cloaks, a bit of makeup. We can shed that all at a run.
Exactly.
So, straight off the bat, thank you, Garrett. That's everyone's homework. Think of a disguise for yourselves.
Wonderful.
Garrett's already got his go-to disguise. That's fine.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Anything further you wish to bring forth?
Nope.
I don't think so.
You just need to make sure that everything goes back the way it was found, apart from the window, of course. But we'll just hope that common sense and logic helps us in that respect. That a window doesn't just appear, they just forgot it was there. I will try and get the stamp back in the way I found it. Before I leave, so nothing will be taken.
I think this sounds like a solid plan for sure.
Just as I intended.
So, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we will flash forward to the next day with all four of you early morning stood in the courtyard in your disguises No, not that one.
Oh.
We
Ooh.
don't need that one.
Everybody take a mental note of that one.
Oh, have I not got the new gates? Oh, I changed shit around, didn't I? That's
You
why
did.
shit's broke. Alright, so anyway, we'll flash forward to the next day with all four of you early morning just having a quick look out at the gatehouse. And for now, that's where we'll end tonight's session. So, what I want from you all next session is any additional preparations or things that you think of on your journey to the gate. And, of course, your disguises. And we will basically pick up right here with all four of you just in the courtyard, mingling with the crowd, just having the last final look at the gate. Which gate is also a good question. And in which district? But we'll figure all that out next session. Good shit.
Mm-hmm.
Any closing comments, questions?
It's good to have Reza back.
Mm-hmm.
It's good to be back. And that was a lot of fun coming back.
Good.
Mm.
Good.
I missed you guys.
On that, I'm going to mute you all up before it gets soppy.
Night chat.
Right there.
Good night, chat.
Oh, dear me. All right, let's call it on that one. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us for episode 19 of Pariahs. Can I not have a mouse on my stream PC? Thank you. Yeah, we'll head to the ending screen and we'll find someone to race. So once again, everyone, thank you for the support. Thank you for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed it. It's been a good time. Lee for the 41-month resub, Duz with the 29-month resub, Chris with the Erilyn with the 20-month resub, Lucius with the gifted sub to Ravon, Deez with the gifted sub to Dirt Moody, and of course, I appreciate Higara13 for the 100 bits. But on that, we shall find someone to raid, and I will see you all next Sunday for episode 20. Ta-ta for now. I always have a dapper day. Forever dapper, Ravon. Forever dapper.